Perfect. Okay. Live. All right. Hello and welcome to the debut of the live stream feature table here at the Montana State Poker Championship. We are live from the Billings Hotel and Convention Center in Billings, Montana. This is Flight B of the 2023 Montana State Poker Championship. And what a flight it is turning into. We are coming back after the first break of the flight here to start level 4. And we are very close to opening a 14th table already. So players are filing in. And we've got a good feature table group, as you can see here. Former Montana State Poker Champion Kevin Ellis highlighting this feature table lineup. Kelly Walker, he was a runner-up here in Billings, the Spring Poker Showdown back in 2021. Johnny Lopez there in the 2-seat from Greeley, Colorado. He was runner-up in our first ever North Dakota State Poker title all the way back in 2018. In the 1-seat, he's had some success here in Montana events. Austin Gates, I believe, fresh off a third-place finish last month. Spring Poker Showdown, that was good for about $10,000 and change. Irvin Metler, a very solid player here out of the Billings area. Generous enough to sponsor our tournament last month, as well as get us some custom-made dealer buttons with his businesses on them. So thanks a lot, Irv. We love seeing you. We love having you. Thanks for appreciating us. We love coming out here to Billings. Weston Wells from Bismarck, he is here as well. Very tough player. You've seen him on countless live streams in the past. Keith Burns Jr. there in the red polo out of Bozeman, Montana. He made a deep run here last month. Weston with the pocket threes here opens this hand up. We're playing 3 and 500 blinds, 500 big blind ante. Makes it 1,200 with pocket threes. Austin Gates, Kelly Walker, and Irv Metler all coming along with some respectable looking hands. Let's see what this flop is going to bring. Oh my, this is an action flop indeed. Jack 5-3, top pair, top kicker for Kelly Walker. Bottom set for the man of many W's, Weston Wells. Let's see how this one plays out. He bets 2K into a pot of 5,600. We'll see how Kelly with top pair, top kicker, how he wants to proceed. It could be a very expensive hand for him. He is going to put a raise into 9,000. Not a lot that's going to be concerning Weston at the moment. I think he's just going to make the call. He does. So his hand's still very much disguised. Kelly probably feeling pretty comfortable with the ace-jack. Ten of clubs. Another undercard. And he moves all in? Weston, he puts his head down, but there is no way he's going to lay this one down. He does put in the call. Kelly is drawing dead, and Weston, hand number 1, is a hand worth about 250 big blinds going to the way of Bismarck, North Dakota's Weston Wells, and a jack on the river, trip jacks. Too little, too late for Kelly Walker. Big pot for Weston. Wow. So thank you for our sponsors for helping make this live stream happen. Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Wicked Diesel Auto Specialists, and Northwest Construction, all here in Billings. Thank you guys. We are happy to be here. We'll be on a 15-minute delay here with this live stream, folks. We'll be on our Rough Rider Poker Tour Facebook page And you can also watch us on YouTube. So make sure to like and to share. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. You can watch all of the past live streams as well as this one back anytime you choose. So if you're just joining us and if you're unfamiliar with what's going on, this is the Montana State Poker Championship. $470 buy-in. Players are allowed a total of 4 buy-ins each. Montana state law is $1,875 buy-in cap. Flight A was last night. We had 135 entries. 29 of them were able to find bags. Onward to Championship Sunday. This format, as well as the one last month here for the Spring Poker Showdown, is a double bag bonus. If players are able to bag twice, they will receive a min cash for their smaller bag, and their bigger bag will carry on for a chance at a very large first place prize. As Weston Wells is back into the action with the 8-5 off. He flops the best hand versus Matt Brockman's Ace-Queen of Hearts. So he's not going anywhere just yet. Matt picks up a gutter, but not interested in firing one more time. So Weston with the 5, the best hand, and yeah, it looks like Matt not going to take a stab. Weston 2 for 2 at this feature table. Weston played last night, went pretty deep, unfortunately did not find the bag at the end of the night. So he is very motivated today. One of my good friends there out of Bismarck, I know he is planning on chasing these Montana events this season. He wants to become the first ever Montana Player of the Year. We do have a $5,000 prize package for the first time ever. For the Montana Player of the Year, 2 separate leaderboards. Still, of course, have that $5,000 prize package for the North Dakota Player of the Year as well. He's in that hunt, I believe, 3rd in points on the North Dakota leaderboard, and anybody who wins this weekend will shoot way up there. 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 1st if they've already got some points acquired this season. Kevin Ellis here from Billings. 5 years later, after he won that Montana State Poker Championship. Feels like a lifetime ago, pre-COVID, when we used to come to Billings, to the hotel next door. It used to be called the Red Lion. And now, we're happy to be here, calling the Billings Hotel and Convention Center home. They are very accommodating, as Irvin Metler makes the ace-9 work for the pot. Oh, yeah. Sure. So Keith Burns with the King-9 under the gun. He's limping in. Rick Lehman, a very tough player here out of Billings. A lot of RPT final tables under his belt. He's going to make it 1,800 with the King-Queen. And that'll do it. Folds around, pot over to Rick Lehman. Big Sky, Big 4 Mega Stack Series you see in the background. We'll be back here in Billings in July for the first ever high roller. That is a $625 buy-in. Players are allowed 3 bullets in that thing. And we will be back here in October for the Fall Poker Classic. $375 buy-in, 5 bullet max. So check out roughriderpokertour.com. Like our Facebook page. Any and all details about those events are on there. Always large fields, large prize pools anytime we come to Montana. We've got a few other events in the works. Nothing locked in stone yet, but we're working on more tournaments here in Billings and other cities here in Montana for the 2023 season. So stay tuned for details on those. Kelly Walker under the gun. He found the ace-queen. He's going to make it 2,700 to go. Austin Gates on the button, going to put in the 3-bet to 7,000 with pocket fives. Johnny Lopez is out of there with the ace-8. Keith Burns out of there as well. So Kelly, kind of on the short stack after that pot with Weston. He may just want to rip it all in, and he looks like he does indeed. I think Austin probably committed himself with that 3-bet to 7K. We'll see if he thinks the price is right. He sits back in his chair, not too happy with the situation. Another 17,200 to call. 34 big blinds additional. Definitely nothing. Not an easy decision. He's not sitting with a monster stack at the moment, so this would definitely knock him way down where he'd call and lose this pot. He's just hoping not to be in a situation where his hand is dominated by a big pair or ace-king, but he does make the call. He'll be happy to see he's in a coin flip scenario. Currently out in front with the 2 5s. Off to the races for Kelly Walker's tournament life. Flop comes 9-7-3. Pretty clean flop for Austin. 3 of Kelly's outs have been folded. You can see at the top of the screen. 4 of diamonds on the turn, and things are looking bleak. King of hearts not there for Kelly. Austin Gates makes the correct call, and his hand holds up for a nice pot up to 83,000. Kelly Walker, he will head back to registration. Good luck to you back out in the field. So once again, guys, thanks for joining us. We're live from Billings. This is Flight B of the 2023 Montana State Poker Championship. $470 buy-in. We upped the starting stack to $60,000 this year. We had been doing $50,000. And for the first time ever, this is a championship bracelet event. Custom-made bracelet from Wesley's Jewelry is going to the winner of this tournament tomorrow night. These players have to make it through 15 levels here in Flight B. And then we will bag up chips, and Championship Sunday resumes at 11 a.m. tomorrow. If you weren't able to make it, there is a $200 second chance tournament at noon tomorrow. That's open to anyone, so come on down. Billings Hotel and Convention Center, that's where the action is. You don't want to miss it. This is on pace to be the largest prize pool ever in the history of the state of Montana. Austin Gates in the cutoff makes it 1,200 with the Queen 10 offsuit. Keith Burns likes the Queen 9. He's going to call for 900 more out of the small. And Matt Brockman with the 4-3 in the big blind. He wants to see 3 cards as well. Flop comes King 10-9. Keith and Austin both flop a pair with the same gut shot straight draw. Austin out in front with the 10. Matt Brockman, nada, he's out of there. Turn is a 5 of hearts. Austin a 95% favorite. But Keith Burns is going to fire out a friendly bet, 1,400. Austin's certainly not going to go away for that price. Can he find a jack on the river to chop? It is an ace. He is not choosing to bluff at that card. Austin probably just happy to check this one back unless he wants to turn it into a bluff, which it looks like he does, to try to get his opponent to fold a hand like a king. So nice play from Austin. Easier said than done here, watching in the booth that he was good already, but certainly a chance he could have had a king there for Keith Burns. So, like the other feature table productions, we'll be bringing in several different groups. These guys here, they came in from table 11. They're going to be playing levels 4, 5, and 6. We're going to take another 15-minute break, and we will get the next table picked out for some more feature table action. Weston Wells, ace-9, raises to 1,200. Austin in the cutoff with jack-10 makes the call. Excuse me, the hijack. Johnny Lopez folds from the cutoff. Folds around to the blinds. And they do not want, excuse me, Matt calls from the small blind. Kevin folding. Ace-7 in the big blind. So 3 players going to see this flop. 10, 5, deuce, top pair for Austin. Out in front. No pair, no draw for Weston or Matt. So Weston bets 1,700. Continuation bet. Austin just makes the call. 3 of spades. No help to Weston. Well, he does pick up a gut shot to the wheel. A 4 would make him a straight. An ace, of course, would make him the best hand as well. So he bets 4K. We'll see if Austin wants to just make the call or put in for a raise. And he does just make the call. I like the way Austin has played this hand so far. No reason to bloat the pot. 5 of spades on the river. Does Weston have the triple barrel in him? He decides to check. And Austin with a hand with some good showdown value, top pair. He's going to go for a little value bet here, thinking he's got the best hand with the jack-10. Is it going to open the door for Weston to put in the check raise? No. He does make the call. Okay, he calls with ace-high. Very curious. Show me what you got type of call. Nice play from Austin, who makes the jack-10 work for a nice pot. So Weston's definitely going to put that hand in his mental notes and remember the next time he's playing a pot against Austin. So far, he's shown the goods. He thought there was a chance he could have been bluffing that last hand. He had to make sure this time Austin wasn't in there with Squadouche. So here we go, on to the next one. So it is just about 7:10 p.m. Mountain Time. You guys, of course, are on a 15-minute delay. You've got until about midnight to get into Flight B for your chance at the largest prize pool in Montana history, with entries just flying in the door. First place should be $25,000 and change. We'll see where it ends up once the dust settles, but a very nice purse. Three players off to a flop. Ace, King, Queen. Keith Burns Jr. flopping Broadway. Kevin Ellis with the 7-high flush draw. Robert Payton top pair and a gut shot straight draw. Could be a pretty spicy one here. He bets 2,500, does Robert. Kevin, he's got the flush draw. He makes the call, and does Keith Burns? How does he want to proceed here? It looks like he wants to make it 7,100. Excuse me, 7,500. No free cards. If anybody's drawn, they got to pay a little more. Not a bad price for Kevin. He is going to call for another 5,000. Turn card is an 8 of diamonds. So I think this bet will probably do the trick for Keith Burns. Looks like 15K it is. Kevin out of position now with the 7-high flush draw. This hand is getting a little expensive, but you got to love the heart of the 2018 Montana State Poker Champion. Can he peel a club on the river? He cannot. Queen of diamonds. So Keith looks like he is going to, couldn't tell if he bet or checked back there on the river. Pretty scary card. Flopping Broadway. The board pairs, backdoor diamonds come home. Nice pot for him nonetheless. Kevin Ellis, plenty of chips to work with. He knows how to acquire every chip in the tournament. He's done it here before. He's actually, he just won the Second Chance tournament less than a month ago for the Spring Poker Showdown. That was good for about $4,000. We've got Melissa Theory in the box. We'll have a couple different dealers rotating in and out. She's the first one here on this feature table live stream. Plenty of experience dealing with the headset, bringing the action, keeping these players in line. Austin Gates with the King 8 of spades. He's opening this pot to 1,200. Matt Brockman, Ace 10 of diamonds, makes the call. Irv with the pretty looking Ace Deuce of hearts in the big blind. He's going to call for 700 more. So here we go, three ways. King 7-5. Top pair for Austin. 90% favorite. Matt and Irv, they're just left with ace high here. Let's see how this hand plays out. So a bet and two folds. So we're about a month away from the start of the World Series of Poker. And this first place prize will be quite the bankroll boost for anybody who's trying to go down there this summer. So $25,000 minimum, I would think, for first place for this tournament, as well as a ton of points jumping all the way to the top 1, 2, 3 spot on the Montana Player of the Year leaderboard. It's going to be good. It's going to be exciting. We've had some very exciting final tables here in Billings the last couple times we've been out here. And this time we get to bring it to you live via live stream. So it looks like Keith limps in with the King 8. Irv wants to make it 1700 with the Queen 10 of spades. Weston, he calls in the big blind with Queen 5 of hearts. That's going to get Keith Burns out of there. Oh, wow. 7, 6, 4, 2 hearts. Open-ended straight draw and a flush draw for Weston. He bets 2,000. Irv with the Queen 10 high. He's not going anywhere just yet. Turn is a deuce. Irvin checks. Weston, of course, still with this monster draw. He's going to put some more chips in the pot. Looks like 5,500. So Irv left with the Queen 10. His cards have not gone anywhere yet. Let's see if he's got some plans for this hand. And those plans are to think better of it. Nice play for Weston. Putting the double barrel in there with the big draw. Irv cannot call with the Queen 10 high. Pot over to Weston Wells. There you see the chip counts on this feature table. 60K starting stack. Weston's already doubled that. He's up to 120. The blinds are 300 and 500 with a 500 big blind ante. We play through 15 levels. Last level of the evening, 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. We resume action on Sunday, 11 a.m. at 5K, 10K. So plenty of poker to be played and a whole lot of chips in the field here for this flight. So if you didn't know already, this is Keith Lauder in the booth opening this live stream action up. We've got a couple other people that are going to be popping in and out over the course of the night. Jerry Sorrells, Tim Warren, Patrick Langhaug. We might get some players to come in at some point, give a little insight, check out the setup back here. It'll be a blast. This flight's going to run all the way till about 1:30 in the morning, and then we will bag them up. So 3 players off to a flop of ace, king, queen, 2 hearts. Austin Gates and Keith Burns both flop a flush draw. Weston Wells, pair of kings, currently the best hand. Austin picks up a pair of deuces with his inferior flush draw to Keith Burns' jack high. Queen of spades on the river. Weston folded the king. So Austin Gates left with a deuce and the check mark. He's going to bet it. We'll see if Keith, left with jack high here, wants to make a play at it. There's certainly situations where jack high could be the best hand looking at this board. Ace, king, queen, queen with a jack kicker. Very possible that could be good. Austin Gates bluffing with the best hand, as we saw earlier. This time works again with the Trey Deuce. Let me pull up the leaderboard here from Flight A. Let's see if any of these players were able to find a bag last night. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a double bag bonus. If you're able to bag both flights, your second bag, your smaller bag, you will get paid a min cash for that once you check in on Sunday morning, and your big stack will carry on for a chance at all the money. Robert Payton, under the gun, +1. He's got ace-jack. He calls the 500. Austin Gates completes from the small blind, and Johnny Lopez with the 7-deuce offsuit. He is going to check his option. Great flop for Robert. Top pair with the jack-high flush draw. Nothing for Austin or Johnny. This hand will probably be over very quickly. No. So looking at the leaderboard, none of these feature table players were able to find a bag yesterday, so they're all looking for their first one. Chip leader yesterday, definitely the biggest chip stack I've ever seen on a day one here out in Montana. Roger Oldmouse, 920,000. 80,000 short of 1,000,000 chips. Monster bag for him. Dan Burcham, Jeff Heiberg, Dave Olette, and Scott Grassi round out the top 5 from Flight A. They've all got over 500,000, very healthy stacks going into Sunday. So I've got the live stream pulled up here on my phone. 21 viewers so far. Thanks for watching, guys. Cordell Schroeder with the shout out. Keith the Goat on the mic. Cordell, you're too kind, brother. I hope you win a lot more tournaments this year. I think he's got 2 or 3 RPT wins under his belt. Just won a Dakota Poker Tour event in Jamestown a few weeks back. Wish you would have made the trek out here, Cordell. Billings is a blast. Johnny Lopez, Austin Gates going to battle here. Heads up. Queen 10 high for Johnny, currently out in front. He's going to bet it, 3,000. And that's good for the pot. Montana State Championship Flight B. It's true, it's true, it's damn true. We're live. We're in Billings. We got the feature table. Goose and Jared hauled it all the way from Fargo. We are rocking. We are rolling. We're happy to be here. Happy to be bringing this feature table action. And these players were very excited when we told them that they would get their chance to play on the feature table live stream. And here we are.
Your food's here. She didn't order food. She'd open too.
Matt Brockman under the gun. He's going to limp in for 600. We just started level 5. Johnny Lopez, he calls with the 9-4 of spades. So it looks like 4 wide to this flop. Deuce, 3, 4, 2 hearts. Top pair for Johnny Lopez. Second pair for Keith Burns. Couple of overcards. No draws for Matt. So here we go. Bet and call. And a fist bump to the turn. Good sportsmanship between these two guys. Keith going to check. Johnny checks. And a 9 of diamonds, 2 pair for Johnny Lopez. Keith bets. Johnny just makes the call. The straight and the flush is there. He's going to show him. 9s and 4s, 2 pair. Good for the pot. Johnny loves to play. Comes up a couple times a year to RPT events from Colorado. He's had some success, like I mentioned. Runner-up in our first ever North Dakota State Poker title over New Year's back in Bismarck. He was runner-up for about 11 or 12,000. Nice showing there for him. His first ever RPT tournament. And here he is 4.5 years later. He's played several. Austin Gates with a magical 107,000 in chips. He's not going to wreck that. He folds. Speaking of 10-7, Keith Burns. He doesn't know it's the RPT nuts. He throws it into the muck. 2 sevens for Robert. Payton makes it 1,500, and that will quickly end this hand. So let us know in the comment section where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. We'll give them some shout outs when we can. Keith Burns there in the red out of Bozeman. He was, I believe, just a few spots shy of the final table last month. I actually believe 10th place, so right on the bubble of the final table of the Spring Poker Showdown. I'd have to go back and check the archives just to be sure, but a nice run for him. He's back a month later. He's got his sights set on the Montana State Poker Championship. We got about 13 tables full of players out there with that on their mind as well.
All in pot here, table 7. Cooler pot here, Jack 80 flops a straight after Queen 9-10. Frank Lucero's got bottom set here, pocket 9s. So he needs a 9 to make quads or Queen or 10 to make a boat. We'll see what happens. Turn is a 4, so Frank needs 9-4, Queen 10 to the river to boat up or make quads. 10 down the river to make 9s full of 10s for Frank Lucero.
There you hear it.
Year's champion as well of this very tournament.
In the background, Frank Lucero, reigning champion. He flops a set against a flopped straight.
Oh, he's going to scoop a big one there. Wowzers.
Board pair on the river. Frank Lucero, monster pot. His bid to go back-to-back, very much alive out there. Hopefully we get to see him on this feature table at some point today. He's a very tough player. He'll be fun to watch for sure. Austin and Matt, meanwhile, heads up to this flop. 9-7-5, top pair for Austin. 7 on the turn. He's still out in front. But Matt Brockman is reaching with the Queen Jack high. 15,000, a healthy bet from Matt. And that's a pretty concerning card for Austin. The flush comes home. Middle pair of 7s gets there for trips. Pretty tough spot that Matt just put him in here. He's also thinking, is this guy really bluffing half his stack here on the turn? Austin left with a bluff catcher. 2 pair at the moment. But as we can see here at home, that is indeed exactly what Matt is holding. He could still steal this pot with a queen or a jack were Austin to make the call. So nice play from Matt Brockman. He steals that one. Austin will watch that one later on the live stream or maybe get a text in about 15 minutes saying, he had queen high. He got you with queen high. Nice play from Matt Brockman. I believe that's the first pot he scooped here on this feature table. See if we can get some Rick Lehman action here. He is a very good, very fun player to watch, deal to, play with. He started playing RPTs back when we started coming to Glendive, all the way back in 2017. So he's got a lot of RPT experience under his belt. Still looking for that signature win here on the RPT, and this would be a good one to do it. So here we are on to the next one. Johnny Lopez, ace-3 of spades, raising it up to 2,500. Gonna fold to the blinds here. Irv Metler, he likes the queen-10. He's played it earlier on this feature table. Weston with the queen-5 was able to steal that pot with that big combo draw he had. Johnny Lopez flopping the stone cold nut flush. And disaster turn card for Irv. He just hits a gut shot straight. And he's going to bet 3,500. Johnny Lopez. How does he want to play? Does he want to pounce with the raise here or just make the call? Irv does have him covered by about 25,000 to start this hand. Wow, what a card. Johnny checks back the flop nut flush. Oh my, did he put in a big raise there? Oh, small raise to 8,000. Irv quickly calls. So if a fourth spade hits this river, could be a blessing for Irv not to lose any more chips. If it's a brick, I don't know. He might give Johnny the full double up. 8 of clubs pairs the board. Full house possibilities now. Irv in his mind was saying no spade, no spade. Quick bet and a quick all in from Johnny. Yeah, he bets 12K. Johnny all in for 24K, 12K more. Ugly spot for Irvin Metler. The flush is there. The full house gets there. Pretty gross. Turning the straight.
He's got both players covered. It's up against ace deuce and ace 10. Flop comes 10, queen 8. John Bailey flops the best hand. Chef can steal it back with
Irv does flip in the purple 25K, and JLO, Johnny Lopez, going to show him the bad news. Full double up for Johnny.
So that'll bust Mike Williams, and John Bailey's going to double through.
And Johnny Lopez up to 70,000 after that pot. Irv Metler back to the drawing board. Still plenty of big blinds to work with. What an unfortunate turn card for him. That bet on the river pretty much committed him to making that call. Johnny went all in for just 12K more than that bet. Nice pot for Johnny. We'll see if Irv Metler can rebound from that. We've seen him make plenty of deep runs here in Billings in the past, so we know he's very capable. we go. On to the next one. Hand number 20 already. Hands are flying by. Oh, my.
I'm going to pop 11, okay, after they go situated, turn that into 14, and then we'll take out 14 and plop it out to the live stream guys. We'll take out the red table, plop it over there, and it'll make that 11. So they still go on. If you want an actual physical table, it's different, but they're still going to go back.
Sure. Makes sense, yeah. So 13 full tables out there, no seat cards. Jerry just came in to give me the update. They've got the plan to squeeze a 14th table in there. We do have the feature table rolling, so table 11 is currently vacant. And I believe that is the plan. They're going to bring the new players there and then plop out table 14 to bring them back once we switch groups here on this feature table. Every 3 levels, every break, we'll bring in a new group of 9 fresh faces. So once again, this event is part of the Big Sky Big 4 Mega Stack Series. This is the second of 4 events on the 2023 season. $470 buy-in Montana State Poker Championship. We've got the $625 High Roller in July, as well as the RPT Montana Fall Poker Classic in October. Head over to RoughRiderPokerTour.com. Check out the Facebook page. All event details can be found there. So Rick Lehman in the cutoff. He found the King 5 offsuit. He's going to get a little spicy and make it 2,700 to go. Robert not going to play with the A7 of spades, so Rick Lehman steals that one. Kick this one off with Keith Burns not playing the ace-5 under the gun. Matt, King-Jack of diamonds. Early position, he limps in. Kevin Ellis finds pocket nines right next door. He's going to make it 1,800 to go, and Rick Lehman right next to him has ace-king of spades. And if I know Rick, it is about to be more than 1,800. And it's going to be way more. He's all in. 25,800. Interesting spot when it gets back around to Kevin. It's about a third of his stack to make the call. He's played with Rick for years. He knows what he's capable of. He also knows he's a very solid player that can show up with a monster hand here. Going to get this count verified. Be a big spot for Kevin if he were to call and win this one. He'd be bumping his stack up to about the 100,000 mark. Rick Lehman looking for that full double up to get over 50K once again. And Kevin does make the fold, so Rick Lehman, ace-king of spades, good for that pickup. He's back to 30K. Matt Brockman, ace-4 of clubs. He is going to make the call. Folds around to Johnny Lopez in the small blind. He completes with Jack-6, and Keith Burns checking the option with the King-3 of diamonds. Ace, Jack, 5 on the flop. Top pair for Matt. Some backdoor draws for Keith. And Johnny Lopez, middle pair of jacks. Matt gonna bet 1,600 and looks like 2 quick folds. Johnny not interested in that raggedy Jack-6. And we'll be on to the next one. Hand 24, Kevin Ellis. He limps in with the Queen-10. Austin Gates in the cutoff makes it 1,600 with ace-5. Johnny Lopez right next door had ace-5 as well. He heads for the muck. And Robert Payton, 9-7 of hearts. He's going to make the call. So 3 ways here. Flop comes Jack, 5, 6, 1 heart. Bottom pair for Austin. Gut shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Robert. Kevin's out of there with the queen high. Robert bets 2,100 and Austin. He calls.
Looks like Mark Charlton, he can catch. Well, he's just got to avoid right now a deuce.
Wow, running straight for Robert Payton.
Just a deuce? And if he makes a deuce, the diamonds make a flush. Or a 4. Deuce or a 4. It's a queen. So Mark Charlton with 1 pair. He's going to bust Chris Dennis.
So Robert with the backdoor straight, very disguised hand. Austin Gates trying to figure this one out with bottom pair of 5s, and he does make a correct laydown. So this is the 3rd time post-COVID we've been back here for the Montana State Poker Championship, and numbers have skyrocketed. Back in 2021, 294 total entries. Fast Eddie Jones from Missoula, Montana, now currently living in Texas. He won the biggest first-place prize ever here in Montana at the time, $27,910. And last year just missed it with 291 entries, 3 under that. That was Frank Lucero out of Billings. He is the reigning champion for this event. $25,000 in change for him. And it's looking like we are a stone-cold lock to get 300 plus. It's just a matter of how much more once the dust settles. So this prize pool going to be massive. 5 players off to the flop here. Johnny Lopez, 8-5. He's got the best flush draw as well as a gut shot straight draw. Keith Burns, top pair of aces. He's going to bet 2,300. And it looks like that's all it takes. On to the next one. Okay. It's good. We are currently in level number 5. 300, 600, 600 big blind ante. Robert Payton, ace-king, makes it 1,500 from the button. Keith Burns in the cutoff. He limped in, and he's going to call for 900 additional with pocket fives. Flop comes Jack 9-4. 5 still out in front. But Robert Payton is going to put in the continuation bet here. What up, Nick Bott? All the way from sunny San Diego, watching from the avocado groves. Good to have you on the live stream, my friend. I'll be in Vegas this summer. Come on down. Or just hop that plane to North Dakota. Make that RPT debut. We'd love to have you. So it looks like 3 limps here to Rick Lehman, Queen Deuce of Diamonds in the big blind. Is he going to put the squeeze on? Indeed he does. What's the price here? 5,600. Big raise from Rick. See if it gets the job done. I think it will. So Kevin, he did not fold for the 5,600. He calls with the ace-3 of diamonds. Heads up to the flop, 7-5-5. He checks it. Rick Lehman, 5,500, gets the job done. Aggression has paid so far on this feature table for him. Up to 43 live viewers. Thanks for watching, guys. That's just Facebook alone. I'm not sure how many are watching currently on YouTube. But thanks for watching. Make sure to like and share. or if you're on the way, we'll see you soon. Austin Gates picks up ace jack, and right next door, Johnny Lopez has pocket aces. Stay tuned. This hand could get expensive.
We'll be taking a break at the conclusion of this level.
So Johnny going to raise it to 4,500.
Once again, re-entry, late entry still open through level 12.
Good fold there from Matt, pocket sixes. Doesn't want to get himself too committed. So back to Austin Gates with the ace jack. He's got Johnny covered by about 30,000 and change to start this hand. We'll see if he is interested in seeing a flop. He does indeed. So will they find the case ace? Will it be a jack-high flop? Good flop for Austin in the sense that I don't think he is going to lose too many chips. Johnny with the continuation bet of 6,800 looks like. Indeed it is. Austin does have backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but not looking to get too involved, too committed. Johnny shows him one ace, and he shows him two aces. And we are on to the next one. Johnny, he's setting that image. He's saying, I'm a stand-up guy. I got it. If I bet it, I got it. We'll see if that holds true here on this feature table. And it looks like we just went up 400, 800, 800 big blind ante, the start of level 6. The last 30-minute level for this feature table lineup, and then we will get another group in here. Possibly another commentator. Thanks for having me if it's the last you hear from me for a while, but Robert Payton picking up a couple of Montana Cowboys, King, and Kevin Ellis. Ace King just makes the call. So this pot is not ballooning just yet. Let's see what this flop brings. Jack, 9, 4. No help to Kevin's ace king. Pretty nasty cooler situation that could end up with Kevin only losing a small chunk of chips. But he has other plans, folks. And unfortunately for him, this is not going to work. Robert Payton, snap all in for 63,000. And the 2018 Montana State Poker Champion has to head for the door and find a better spot to get that chip stack built back up. King's hold. Nice pot for Robert Payton. He gets a fist bump from across the table. If you're enjoying this feature table live stream, guys, we will be live all the way till about 1:30 a.m. today. We're playing through 15 levels. I'm not sure exactly when, but we're going to pick back up action possibly after the first break, possibly when we start the day for day 2. But we'll be live all day long until we crown the 2023 Montana State Poker Champion. So stay tuned, because somebody is going to become the champion of the largest ever prize pool poker tournament here in the state of Montana. Keith Burns with the ace-jack of clubs. He makes it 2,500. Austin Gates has ace-jack as well. And the flop is ace, 10, 5, 2 hearts. Bet and a quick call from Austin. Austin, as we can see, free-rolling him if he can find backdoor hearts. 3 of clubs. They will chop it up if it gets to a showdown. But things could change. Bet and a call. Turn is a 3, and I think the river's probably just going to go check, bet, call once again, unless Austin's got plans. No, Keith's just going to check back, and these guys will chop it up. And this table, I mean, these guys might be best friends by the end of this. I've seen about 7 to 10 fist pumps here in the first 30 hands. These guys are loving life, happy to be here. And I'm happy to bring this action to you guys here on Facebook and YouTube. Day 2, 11 a.m. on Sunday. $200 second chance tournament starting at noon as well. Going to be a very busy day to cap off a very busy weekend here at the Billings Hotel and Convention Center. Under the gun, Keith Burns, ace king. He's going to limp in, and Rick Lehman, this could get interesting. Ace queen of diamonds, he makes it 3,000. Let's see what happens when it gets back to Keith Burns. Austin Gates with a beautiful looking hand as well. King queen of hearts. He calls the 3,000. Johnny Lopez has got a suited ace. He's going to think better of it. And Keith Burns, oh, he had some plans indeed. He limped because he is now all in back around to him for 78,000. And Rick Lehman all of a sudden thinking, wow, this hand is shrinking up. Ace queen of diamonds. He makes a great laydown. It's going to be way too much for Austin Gates, I think, with the king queen of hearts. Couple of beautiful looking hands. Have to head for the muck. Nice pickup there for Keith Burns Jr. out of Bozeman, Montana. Weston Wells, Jack 7 of spades, up against Austin Gates, pocket threes. Flop comes King 9-9. Austin, he's got the best hand at the moment. He bets 4K. Weston with the Jack 7 makes the call. Jack on the turn now, the best hand for Weston. Quickly goes check, check. And a king on the river. Weston a little concerning. Can't beat a king, can't beat a 9. But doesn't want to get himself into a spot where he checks and let Austin put in a bluff. So he makes a bet of 13K, and it quickly gets the job done. Pot over to Weston Wells. Folds to Weston in the hijack. He's got Jack 9. He makes it 2,000 to go. Folds all the way around to the blinds, and that'll be a quick raise and take it there for Weston. So 3 players going to see this flop of Jack 6-4. Matt Brockman flops bottom pair, currently the best hand. Keith Burns, though, with the Queen 8. Looks like that bet is going to do the trick for him. Austin Gates, Johnny Lopez, Keith Burns. They've all called for 800. Robert Payton on the button. He wants to bump up the 7-3 of spades to 2K. He's going to build this pot up for somebody here. A couple calls from Austin, Jack 8 of hearts, King 10 for Johnny. Here we go. 3 ways to a flop. 9-5-6. Gut shot straight draw for Austin. Gut shot straight draw for Robert. Robert's got a two-way gutter here. He can make it straight with a 4 or an 8. Austin with the jack high. He's got the gut shot. He's going to bet 2,500. And Robert Payton has plans for this hand indeed, folks. He puts in a raise to 7,600. See if Austin wants to see one more card. He does indeed. Looks like he checks in the dark as well. 9 of hearts, a flush draw now for him. Robert Payton still left with 7 high. He checks it back. And both players missing completely. And Austin, we've seen him do this several times already. Putting in the bluff bet on the river. Bluffing with the best hand for about the third time. Gets the job done for him. Scooping that pot.
Turns to 5 of clubs. He's just got to avoid an ace or a queen. Ace of clubs will make the flush. 7 of diamonds. Safe card. Pocket kings hold up. From the double up.
So Weston, 7-4 of diamonds, going to raise it up to 2,000. Austin Gates calls with Jack 10. Kevin Ellis, small blind, 8-7 of clubs. He comes along. And Rick with the King 9 of hearts, he calls from the big blind as well. So 4 players with cards all over the map here. Flop comes 6, 5, deuce, 2 diamonds. Open-ended straight draw and a flush draw for Weston Wells. He's licking his chops. 2 overs and an open-ended straight draw for Kevin. Not much there for Rick or Austin. So Weston bets 3,500. Kevin makes the call. Both players drawing to the nuts currently. Wow. 3 of hearts makes the nut straight for Weston Wells. He's still got the diamond redraw. Kevin has 8-7. He is still open-ended. Looking for a 4 or a 9. Weston bets 7,000. Let's see how Kevin wants to play. He's going to see one more card. Would be very nasty if an offsuit 4 hits this turn. 9 is nasty too. Kevin makes the nuts. 9 high straight. Weston, who was already counting his winnings from this hand. Yeah, there's no way he can check that back. He's only losing to 7-8. So he bets 22,000. A quick all-in from Kevin. Quick call from Weston. What a dirty run out. My goodness. Finally, a little run good here for the 2018 Montana State Poker Champion and one of Billings' finest, Kevin Ellis, scooping a pot worth 107,000. You can't make this stuff up. Weston Wells takes a big hit, but he's still got plenty of chips to work with. Wow, what a run out. On to the next one.
All in pot, table 7, Jack 3. 3, 2 pair for Randy the Poet Eklund. He's up against a pair of 7s and a smaller 2 pair, 6, 7. So I believe he's just got to avoid a 6 or a 7 on the river to lose it. Ace on the river, Jackson 3s. Looks like it'll be a side pot.
Interesting here. Middle position, Keith Burns, pocket 9s, limps in. He's going to cause Robert and Matt to limp with Queen 8 of spades and Queen 6 of hearts. And what do we see here? Rick Lehman opens the door for him to make the squeeze. Back around to Keith Burns. Let's see if he had plans for this limp in. He limped the ace-king under the gun not too long ago. Got himself a nice check raise all in to scoop about 10K. And Keith makes the call. So Rick Lehman going to be in rough shape here. 1 overcard for his tournament life. Looking for an ace and an ace quickly. This pot is worth 64,000 chips.
All in pot here, Kelly Walker.
King 10-10.
All in with 2 9s up against
Rick can counterfeit him now with a king as well as an ace.
Flop comes
No help on the turn. He needs a king or an ace.
10, ace or a king. Turns a 4, he needs a 10, ace or king.
3 of
10
spades.
down the river to make Broadway.
Not meant to be for Rick Lehman. Keith Burns, he is zigging and zagging at all the right moments on this feature table. And he's got a very healthy stack in the making over there. As we are approaching the end of this feature table group. Not too many hands left here in level 6, and we will be taking a 15-minute break. So just under 7 minutes until our 15-minute break. So it looks like Jerry is picking the next feature table group out there. Let's take a peek. Oh, yeah. It's a good feature table group we got coming back from this next break. Players by the likes of Ryan Yannick, very action player. Mike Williams, recently from Billings, recently moved to Indiana, back here for the Montana State Poker Championship. Alyssa Henniger, a fan favorite here out of Billings, as well as the reigning Montana State Poker Champion, an absolute poker crusher, Frank Lucero, is on this table coming up as well. So stay tuned for that. That is coming up after this 15-minute break. So Robert Payton, 8-7. He's going to raise to 2,000. Kevin Ellis, ace-10, makes the call. Irvin Metler, king-jack of spades. He's coming along. And Austin Gates with the jack-10. He calls as well, so 4 players off to the flop. Ace, ace, jack. Trips for Kevin. Irv and Austin both hitting that jack. It looks like Irv wants to fire. 5K, it checks to him on the button. He bets 5,000. A little feeler to see where he's at in this hand to see if indeed anybody does have an ace. We'll see how Kevin Ellis wants to approach this one. He makes the call. Austin Gates with the jack makes the call as well. 9 of hearts on the turn. Check mark for Kevin Ellis. And Kevin gonna fire, looks like 18,000.
Tell the viewers this is a Vince group coming.
I just went out and peeked, yeah. Well. So like I mentioned, we'll be on break here in just a few minutes, and here is the full lineup of players coming in to this feature table, brought to you by RPT President and CEO Jerry Soros. He'll be joining you as well. The reigning Montana State Poker Champion, Frank Lucero, going to highlight this feature table group, along with Jess Lair, Ryan Yannick, the poet Randy Eklund, Jerry Wilson, Michael Williams, Alyssa Henniger, Leonardo Valenzuela, and rounding them out, Jeff Schweigel. So this will be a very entertaining group. After we get back from break, Jerry Soros will be bringing that commentary to you. I'll be out on the floor with the commoners once again. But it's been great. Thanks for having me, viewers. Johnny Lopez, Kevin Ellis going heads up here. 8-6 versus Ace-7. Flop comes 10-4-3, 2 diamonds. $3,500 bet is good for the pot there for Kevin Ellis. So 5 years ago, we mentioned Kevin Ellis won this tournament here to become Montana State Poker Champion. I believe third place in that tournament was Alyssa Henniger, a very talented player here from Billings. You will see her soon on this feature table lineup. We'll see how many chips she is bringing over. Matt Brockman, ace-jack of spades. He's going to raise it up to 2,100. Austin Gates calls with 7-6 of hearts. Johnny with 8-3 offsuit.
Finish the hand you are on.
Keith Burns pocket deuces. He calls as well, and this will be our last hand of this feature table group.
We will be back.
Ace, 9, 4, 2 hearts. Top pair for Matt. Flush draw for Austin. No deuces in sight. No ducks on the pond for Keith Burns. $2,800 is the bet from Matt. Austin Gates here with position on the button. He puts a blue chip on top, and it looks like he's going to raise it up with the 7-high flush draw. Keith Burns out of there, back to Matt. Top pair, jack kicker. Austin has more chips than him. Let's see how he wants to play this hand. He just flips in the blue chip to make the call off to the turn. Queen of Hearts, check mark for Austin Gates. Bet it and it will come, they say. Matt checks and Austin now. Time for Value Town, 11K. Let's see if Matt can sniff this one out. Could be an expensive hand for him. Pretty ugly board for Matt. The value hands you're beating right now are ace 10, and that's it. You lose to ace queen. Ace 9 makes 2 pair. Would Austin Gates really play a hand like pocket kings or pocket jacks like this? I don't think so. He'd definitely play a hand like a flush draw like this. He'd definitely play a hand like ace king, ace queen, possibly also ace jack like this. Good fold for Matt Brockman. He broke that one down correctly. And Austin scoops the last pot. And folks, thanks for watching and stay tuned. We've got a very exciting table of players to be joining you guys in about 15 minutes. This is Keith Lauder III passing the baton, signing off. You'll have Jerry Sorrells in your ear shortly. We'll see you guys soon.
small blind, 1,000 big blind. 1,000 big blind ante. This is the start of level 7. Remember, late entry and re-entry open through 12 levels of Flight B.
I heard they call you Mike Wheel. I heard they call you Mike Wheel with the wheel of the lion. Well, we got a crush in tonight, Mike. You got a crush in tonight. You crushing him tonight. If my wife's watching this, I know, I said I'm gonna get my help a girl out, you know.
All right, we are back live here. Feature table, live stream, Montana State Poker Championship. We have a new crop of players joining us here. This should be a very fun, entertaining table. Looks like Jerry Wilson's going to bump it up to 7,000. That's going to be a raise and take it. Just had Leonardo Valenzuela also buy in, and he drew table 7. So this was table 7. Then we moved over to the feature table. Chip leading this table is Frank Lucero, last year's Montana State Poker Champion. Shut the door. So Ryan Yannick here going to bump it up to 3,500 with 2 6s. And Leonardo in the cutoff. As you can see, he's looking down at 2 jacks. He's going to 3-bet to 10,500. And Ryan will fold. So once again, we're live here from the Billings Hotel and Convention Center. This is Flight B of the Montana State Poker Championship. Last night for Flight A, we had 135 players. And right now, we're about at almost 150 for Flight B. Late registration and re-entry is still open till midnight tonight. So if you're in the Billings, Montana area and you want to come buy in, it's a $470 buy-in. And once again, you can get in till midnight. Championship day will be tomorrow, resuming at 11 a.m., where we will crown your 7th annual Montana State Poker Champion, courtesy of Rough Rider Poker Tour. They also get a custom-made championship bracelet from Wesley's Jewelry. Jerry Wilson here opening up the action to 8,500. Folds around to Frank on the button. Frank calls on the button, so it looks like he's going to try and set mine here. He's got enough chips to do it. So he's going to look to get lucky here and hit a 4 or some kind of favorable flop. Wow, Queen 4-7, Cooler City incoming. Jerry Wilson will be hitting the rail if Frank plays this fast. If Frank could see Jerry's hand, he would play it fast and he would just raise it here. Pretty dry board, so I wouldn't blame Frank at all if he were just to call. He's not going to be really scared of any turn cards. But if he thinks Jerry has something good right now to go with, he would raise. But like I said, I think he's just calling there because he's not sure how strong Jerry is. Doesn't want to blow him off. And like I said, he's not going to be scared of any turn card. 3 of hearts should be irrelevant in both players' minds, really. 25K from Jerry. Now I believe Frank will announce his presence and move all in. I believe Jerry's only got 65K behind. He could also just call, obviously. One of those two, if I had to make a guess, I think Frank will rip it, but totally wouldn't doubt he'll just call. Yep, he'll just call. He's looking to get it all in here at the river still. And I don't see a 10 on the river. I don't see how Jerry doesn't go broke here. We'll see. Jerry bets another 25K. We'll see what Frank will do. I think he'll move all in. I don't think he's going to be putting him on a bigger set, so I think he's going to be moving all in as he does. Or essentially, he puts Jerry all in. Raises to 75K. And Jerry is going to hit the rail. He was doomed once that flop hit. Still had top kicker to the river. Frank will scoop that pot. Good start to the final, or the feature table, I should say, for Frank Lucero. Once again, last year's Montana State Poker Champion, so he's looking to go back-to-back. This is event 2 on the Big Sky Big 4 Mega Stack series. We come here 4 times a year to Billings, to the Billings Hotel and Convention Center. Next time we'll be back here in July for our first high roller event. It'll be a $625 buy-in. That'll be a 3-bullet max, 3 buy-in max in that tournament, and we also will run super satellites for that event as well. So that high roller event is on our Facebook page under events, as well as our website, roughriderpokertour.com, if you click on the calendar tab. So after Jeff limps in with Jack-10 of hearts, Frank bumps it up to 6K with 10-5 of clubs. He's feeling pretty good after that hand, so he's going to try to... He was trying to isolate against Jeff. He picked up Randy in the big blind. Frank does have position and control the pot. Flops second pair here. Now Randy's got a flush draw. Can't imagine Frank won't continuation bet here. Favorable flop for his hand, actually, to flop second pair, but he's not going to be able to shed Randy. 8,000, roughly just under half pot, and Randy will just make the call with this flush. Turn is a spade, and it's 2 pair for Frank. Wow. Randy just moves all in. Wow. Wow, and Frank folds in a heartbeat. What a hand. Frank took 3 seconds to fold 2 pair.
I assumed you were smart enough to know where I was drawing at.
Wow, great fold by Frank there. He didn't even think of it.
Gets there, and I kind of jumped out of my seat a little bit, so excited that I got there.
Could have played very differently there if Randy made a check. If he checked, I would think that Frank would bet his 2 pair at that point. You never know, because we'll never know that on that situation. So we're on to the next hand.
Next time when you call me. No, I think I would have called even if you had said 20 there. I would have called. How many we got in here?
Folds around to Ryan on the button. It's going to be a raise and take it situation there. I'd like to thank our sponsors for this event, Wicked Diesel Auto Specialists right out of here at Billings, Montana, as well as Northwest Construction, and of course Billings Hotel and Convention Center, where this tournament is located.
Nobody? All right then. Quesadilla.
Well, I was kind of scared because people have been drawing out on me, those 2 hands. They got there on the river. You know something about the river, don't you? What? I know a lot about the river.
So here's the situation again where Jeff is going to limp in. Last time we saw Frank raise to 6K trying to isolate against Jeff, against a limper. He does the same thing here, bumps it up to 4,500. Looking to isolate against Jeff's limp in position. And I believe everyone just folded all the way around. Yep, pot. Will, Frank will be more than happy to take that pot without it showing anything. We also have a second chance tournament tomorrow as well. If you don't make it to day 2, or if you just can't make it tonight, it'll be at noon tomorrow. It's a $200 buy-in. Usually gets around 80 to 100 entries in that. I believe about 4,000 for first just in the second chance tournament. So if anybody wants to swing on down, feel free. That'll start at noon tomorrow. Late registration until approximately 3:45 p.m. Otherwise, Championship Day will restart at 11 a.m. tomorrow for all the players that bagged and tagged. We had 135 entries in Flight A and 29 players bagged for Day 2. Frank pushing the action again, makes it 4,500. Ryan calls in the hijack with a smaller ace, ace-6.
Yeah, it's called poker.
Guys, I'm just playing right now. We're all trying to play.
Leonardo calls as well in the big blind. So 3 players to the flop here. Ryan's got position, but Frank has control of the pot. Flop comes ace, king, 6. Uh-oh. Ryan gets really lucky here to spike 2 pair. Frank's got top pair. Leonardo's got a gutter. Frank bets 6K, and Ryan moves all in for 63,000. Back around to Frank. Frank says, give me a count on that. The way that Ryan shoved here, I wouldn't put it past Frank to put him on a flush draw. The way he just instantly put it in. So I could see Frank calling here. He's got a good kicker. Would be a very good fold if Frank could make it. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure he should be trying to fold in this situation anyway. He calls. Yep, Frank calls. Turn is a 6. Full house now for Ryan. 3 on the river. So big double up there for Ryan Yannick. Paid off for him playing his hand fast. So once again, the High Roller event in July 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. $625 buy-in. We are estimating that to be a $100,000 prize pool. It will be a trophy event. So for more details on that, roughriderpokertour.com. Also like us on Facebook. We have the event posted on there.
All in action, table 4, 10-6 of clubs for table left, middle pair, ace 10 of diamonds, middle pair with a flush draw, 4 of diamonds to lock it up.
Under the gun, Frank's going to call with Jack 8 of spades. Jess Lair with ace 9 will call. Randy will call as well. Mike in the cutoff called. Leonardo completes in the small blind and Jeff checks. We got 6 players here off to the flop. Flop comes deuce 7-5. Jeff's got a wheel draw as well as a backdoor nut flush draw. Randy's currently got the best hand with 4s, so he's going to bet for 5K. Jeff really doesn't have enough chips here to call. He's only got 24K, even though he has, like I said, a wheel draw, 3 or backdoor club, so he will fold. Can't imagine either of the other players will call. So good bet there by Randy.
That's my first guess too, I think. How long? He says now gets that hand.
Three-way all in on table 9, huge pot. Kara Tripp's got ace 3 of hearts. Let's see the other 2 hands. Max Daniloff. Ace deuce of diamonds for Mark Charlton.
Another limped pot here, 3 players.
So Max with way the best hand, looking for a double up and change. Mark Charlton's looking for a double KO if he can bring ace deuce of diamonds home. Flop comes 10.
Frank will check in the big blind, so 5 players to the flop here.
3 of clubs for Kara. Mark needs a 5 to make the wheel and to steal.
Randy Eklund flops a flush draw here, as well as 2 overs. Jeff has a pair of 3s. Ryan's going to bet out with air, complete air. And Randy will call. If Randy would have raised, I'm sure he would have taken it down right there. He's just going to make the call with 2 overs and a flush draw. So Jeff does call with second pair here. Ace of clubs. Randy's got the nuts. Now we saw Randy play his flush earlier super fast. He just moved all in with it. So let's see what he's going to do here. So now he's just going to smooth call in this spot. I like the just call. No reason to blow him off. He's got the absolute stones here. And Rivers at 8. Ryan's left with 9 high. Let's see if he's going to try to triple barrel this. He will. He'll bet 16K, and he's about to get some unfortunate news from Randy. He's going to get a raise, and Ryan's hand will hit the muck, and we'll move on to the next one. But first, we will let that play out. So Randy does make the raise there, and Ryan's cards helicopter towards the muck. Nice pot there for Randy Eklund. He's had a good feature table live stream so far. This crop of players will play for 3 levels, 7, 8, 9, and then we'll have a new group coming in here in level 10. We do play through 15 levels within each flight, so this flight will wrap about 1:30 a.m. tonight. And then championship day will restart at 11 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to start the stream after the first break, so roughly about 1:30 p.m., probably 1:45 is when it will go live. We are running on a 15-minute delay. Okay, here now Ryan limps in under the gun for 1,000, and Randy Eklund picks up Cowboys.
All right, guys,
He will
stop joking around. Who ordered this shrimp quesadilla?
bump it up to 4K with
Somebody
kings.
from room service? Was that it? Okay.
Alyssa Henniger will call with ace jack, and Leonardo's got 8s here. Leonardo calls as well. He's looking to flop an 8. Frank calls with Jack 9 offsuit in the small blind, and Ryan calls as well. So Randy's probably not very happy about going 5 ways to the flop here, but he's going to see what happens. 10, 4, 10 on the flop. Randy's got far and away the best hand. Looks like he bets out 20,000. Now Leonardo's got a tough situation here. Basically, he's left to guess whether Randy does have that overpair or not, or whether Randy's betting 2 high cards. He's just going to lay it down. He's not going to draw his line in the sand here. Can't imagine seeing Frank or Ryan continue as well.
All in action on 9. Mark 2-pair Charlton. He's got ace-4 of spades. He's up against pocket 6s for Mike Martinez. Mike's the one at risk. Flop comes 8-4 deuce.
You were going to see him
Turn
anyway.
is a deuce.
So another pot to Randy's way. He's having a great time, I'm sure, so far on this feature table.
Mark makes 2-pair, but it's not good enough.
Probably, but I'm going to call. Yeah. I'm probably going to go all in with it. We'll see how big your 10 is.
Wow, unbelievable here. Next hand, Randy Eklund under the gun. Looks down at ace king. He's going to raise again to 5K. Made it 4K last hand, so bumps up to 5K. Now Alyssa Henniger there. She's got 6s. Really doesn't have a lot of chips enough to try to set mine, so she will fold. Now Jess in the small blind, he calls. Now he's got pocket 8s. It's very hard to play 8s here, especially out of position. Flop comes Jack 10-10. So not a great flop for Jess's eights, but not horrible either. Jess is, looks like he checked and Randy put him in, I believe. Or maybe he moved all in and Randy called. Either way, yep, they got it all in here. Randy's got a ton of outs here. Ace, king, queen, or a jack twice. Turn is a 5. Ace, king, queen, or jack he could catch on the river to steal it. It's a deuce. So Jess's eights hold up. He will double up. I read Randy's lips. He said worthless with ace, king. So Randy's heater is going to go on a little bit of the back burner there. He'll lose a little bit of there, but he's still up for sure on this feature table so far. Nice hand for Jess. Nice timely double up. So he's got the button and some new life here. We'll see if he can turn things around as we progress through this tournament. Jeff Schweigel here bumps it up to 2,500 with 6-7 of hearts. Frank will call on the cutoff with Jack 10 offsuit. Now Ryan in the small with ace queen. I'd love to see him try and squeeze play here, make a raise. Jeff doesn't have very many chips, and Frank has really pretty much said he doesn't have a very good hand, but Ryan just calls, so he's disguising his hand here. He's going to be out of position. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops. If he doesn't hit a favorable flop, he might just have to be check folding. Flop comes 3-4-5. Unbelievable. Jeff flops the stones with the straight flush redraw. Unfortunately, nobody has anything else. Fortunately for him. 6,400. This hand could have played very differently if Ryan would have 3-bet with ace queen out of the small blind there if he tried a squeeze play. 6,400 for Jeff. He's thinking, please, please call.
You know, it's a big blind hand. And if you were mediocre in chips, I'd probably raise you pretty big. Trying to make it think that I had some of that. But I have none of that. I mean,
Randy will fold his hand.
That's how I know. Y'all motherfuckers can't be yourself, bro. You got cameras happening and everyone's cool, calm, and
acting like a bunch of girls.
Don't want to act a fool
Does
anymore.
anybody know that this guy here is actually so ugly he has to wear a mask?
Bro, that's the greatest one. That's the greatest shit ever.
I do love that mask though.
I just don't want you to fight and look at me this whole fucking thing. So I say, sorry, dude.
It's all right.
Folds around to Frank Lucero in the hijack. Raises to 5,000. Randy calls here in the small blind with 4 deuce offsuit. Ryan also called on the button, and Mike Williams calls in the big blind here. So a lot of speculative hands here. Flop comes 6-7 deuce. Randy checks it.
Trouble against the king 10 and John Bailey. Turn is a deuce, 2 pair makes 2 pair. Can he fade a 5 or a king on the river?
Frank checks over to Ryan as well. Ryan with the best hands here.
2 pair Charlton.
Wow, he's going to check that
He's gonna
behind.
shoot the pot.
Not sure I agree with that. queen on the turn.
And we'll take a round of drinks to table 9 on Mark.
So now Ryan's going to bet on the turn after a queen comes. He's going to bet 11K.
1200 big blind ante. 600, 1200.
Now Mike here with bottom pair, he's gonna get out of the way. He's gonna check out. I imagine Frank will as well. So same result here. If Ryan would have bet on the flop, he's gonna win it. Can't see anyway. Frank will continue here. Never mind. He will call with ace high. And he makes the best hand on the river. He couldn't hit an ace. He could only hit an 8. Wow. Somehow there, he flats him with ace high. He can only win it with an 8 on the river, and there it is, 8-ball corner pocket. So we do have 13 tables running out in the main ballroom. Like I said, when I was out there before this started, we were approaching 150 total entries for Flight B.
RPT Player of the Year, Eric Jumstead is all in with ace 8. He's up against pocket 7s for Ilias. Flop comes king, jack, 9. Turn is a 7. He needs a 10.
So it does look like the blinds have raised up now. 600, 1200, 1200 big blind ante. This is level 8. Re-entry, late entry still open through level 12 in this flight. So a couple players limped around, and Randy on the button decided to bump it up with ace deuce offsuit. Alyssa in the big blind with 7s, she will call. That's probably going to make a cascade of calls behind her as well. Jess and Ryan will both call. Queen 9-3 on the flop. Ryan flops top pair. So Ryan did actually check that, and Randy bet 18K. And now Ryan moves all in. Randy, of course, can't call. He's got a dry ace high. So once Randy decides to give his cards back to the dealer, we will move on to the next hand.
Table 6. King 10 of diamonds for Dak up against ace queen for Clint. Flop comes 8-7-4. Turn is a 3, needs a king or a 10. River is a 5.
Frank Lucero with pocket threes. Bumps it up to 5,000. Looks like Eric Jelmstad just joined this feature table. He's the 2020 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year in North Dakota. Mike will call on the button with ace-4 offsuit. Now, Leonardo in the big blind, he will call as well. King-10 of hearts. King-10-7. Leonardo flops top 2 pair. I would imagine he's going to play this slowly. He does. He checks. Hoping to induce a bet here from Frank or even Mike to go crazy. Now, I know somebody folded a 3 earlier, so Frank's only got 1 out here. He will make a continuation bet to 7,000. Mike will fold. So Leonardo's thinking about how he wants to play this. I think we might have to get a different count on Leonardo's chips if we want. I don't think he has quite that many. I think I just see 125K chip there, but I'm not positive. Turn is a 4. Leonardo plays it slow again. He checks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the shrimp quesadilla has been located. All right.
Frank will fire again. To 13,000. I think this would be a good time for Leonardo to put his chips in. There's 2 flush draws out there. He could also just call though, but looking at his chip stack size, which I'm not sure if it is 80,000. I think, can't tell if there's 2 lavenders. Oh, they're not. Those are 25Ks. But either way here, he's going to be raising or just calling. Yeah, he does decide to move all in. And Frank will fold. So good slow play there by Leonardo. Was able to get 2 streets of value from his hand from Frank. Leonardo's actually the only player since we've been coming to Billings to win 2 of our big tournaments out here. He won last year's Montana Fall. I think it was last year's Montana Fall Poker Classic in October, and then he's also won the Spring Poker Showdown as well. Just last month when we were here for the Spring Poker Showdown, we did get a whopping 334 entries, and Robert Hyam from Dayton, Wyoming was your champion there. So Ryan's going to limp in. King-7 of diamonds here. Looks like Alyssa Henniger on the button. She's cutting out a raise. To 4,600. And Ryan will call. So Alyssa Henniger here with the best hand, and she's got position. Flop comes 10-5-3. Alyssa's still got the best hand. She's got 2 overs, backdoor hearts, backdoor Broadway cards. So I would love to see her make a continuation bet. She could also check behind, but I'd prefer a continuation bet here, and she does bet 8,500 and gets an insta-fold there from Ryan. So I'm going to step out of the booth here for 1 second. I'll be right back.
guys. I'm happy to be back. Jerry's taking a little step outside, surveying the tournament floor. You've got Keith Lauder III back with you here. Looks like an exciting feature table here to bring to you guys. $50 live viewers on our Facebook page. Thanks for watching, guys. If you haven't already, make sure to like and share. Head over to RoughRiderPokerTour.com, click on the calendar tab, and see when we will be in your area next. Looked like a huge double up for Ryan Yannick earlier against Frank Lucero. Ace-6 versus the Ace-10. He flopped 2 pair, turned a full house. Frank still has plenty of chips to work with. Ryan Yannick became a lot more dangerous with that pot. Interesting here. Queen 10 versus Queen 10. Looks like Mike Williams put in the raise to 5,300. Jesse Lair, no fear, moves all in for 20K. And that's one way to avoid a chop pot. Pot over to him. Pretty funny looking at this 4 squared screen. Nothing out of the ordinary with the outfits on 3 out of the 4. And then you see Ryan, Frank, and Jesse. You got the sweet face mask with the teeth from Frank Lucero. You got the I'm on vacation Hawaiian shirt from Jesse, and Ryan with the colorful hoodie from Running Aces with every color under the sun. Gotta love it. A lot of styles clashing here at this feature table. Our second group of the day. We're currently playing 600, 1200, level 8. These guys will play through 9 levels. We'll take a break and bring in our third group of the evening. So Randy Eklund calls under the gun with Ace-4 of Hearts. Alyssa Henniger, pocket 9s, makes it 3,600. Jeff Schweigel calls Ace-Queen in the cutoff. Ryan Yannick with the 5 deuce of clubs. He's getting a little squirrely here. He likes to play, so we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Alyssa, the best hand at the moment with 2 9s. Flop comes King 5-7, bottom pair for Ryan. Alyssa Henniger still the best hand with pocket 9s. A king definitely concerning going up against 3 opponents. It's going to check to the turn. Deuce of diamonds, 2 pair for Ryan Yannick's 5 deuce, and he bets 6,000. Randy picks up a gutter. Looks like he wants to see another card at the moment. He calls for 6. Alyssa makes a good fold with the pocket 9s, and not much there for Ace-Queen of Jeff Schweigel. Wow, Alyssa would have made the counterfeit 9s and 7s, but as it stands, Ryan Yannick's 2 pair is good, but Randy, oh my gosh, Ryan thinks he got counterfeited. He folds, and Randy Eklund is going to steal that pot. Wow. Nice play from him. Good table awareness, knowing that he's probably never going to win that at a showdown. And I just came in from the tournament floor. We are over 150 entries for Flight B. We need to get to 165, which we will for sure, to crack 300. So we're closing in on that record of 294 from 2 years ago. We're going to crush it. We'll just see where we, how far we get once the dust settles when registration closes at around midnight tonight. currently 9:19 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So plenty of poker to be played. Plenty of chips are going to fly in this next 2 hours and 40 minutes before registration closes, and that is for sure. So a lot more entries coming. So Leonardo Valenzuela, Jack 10. He's going to raise to 4,400. And Frank Lucero going to show his chops here. He's going to 3-bet to 12,000 with the 9-7 offsuit. And we'll see if Leonardo wants to play.
All in pot, table 5.
He does not.
Looks like Ernie Plutz got
Nice play there from Frank the Tank, reigning Montana State poker champion. And he's showing why.
He can make a straight with the king on the river. But it's a jack. Ace king high. Going to be good. All in pot here.
You're gonna like that one, Leo.
Looks like Ty's got ace king. He's got the best hand right now, but he's up against a flush draw, straight draw. He's got the world to fade. We'll see what happens. Turn is an ace of clubs. Now he's got top pair. He's still got to avoid a 10 or any spade in the deck on the river. 9 of hearts. Same card for Ty. Tom Tyler. There we go. Tom Tyler's going to be doubling up or busting Bruce. We'll
So
see.
Alyssa Henniger,
Looks like Bruce. Yeah.
she's got the ace queen. She limps in from under the gun +1. Jeff Schweigel calls with 7-6 of spades. We'll see if Frank Lucero wants to make another raise at this pot, but he's just going to call for 1,200. Randy completes with the Jack 3 offsuit, and Eric Jelmstead checks his option with King 4 of spades from the big blind. Flop comes Queen 8 deuce. Ace Queen way out in front for Alyssa Henniger. 2 checks over to her. She's going to bet 6,300. Just under half pot. Excuse me, it's close to full pot. And plenty good to pick up that one. So flight B well underway, about to start level 9. 12 levels total of late and re-entry. If you are anywhere near the Billings Hotel and Convention Center, guys, come on down. $470 buy-in for a chance to win what's shaping up to be, could be close to $30,000 for first place.
You're not doing it anymore? No, keep it though. Bro, do you see how goofy these guys start not acting when the camera's rolling? They was over there acting the fool, and now they're all straight. I'm still acting the fool.
I let him enjoy some of it too. You know, it's the goodness.
Hey, did you see the face? The Montana State champ hand? Fourth?
I saw, yeah, I called that one, yeah.
I was like, I hope they know that this is, I told him before, I said, this is fake, it's my fault.
We got action here. Roger Oldmouse got pocket aces. Mark Charlton's got Jack 5 of diamonds. Mark's all in, hoping to make 2 pair. Flop comes Jack 6 8. He flops top pair. He needs a 5 to make 2 pair. Turn is a 3. He needs a 5 to make 2 pair or a Jack to make trips. Queen on the river, not going to do it. Roger's aces hold up to bust Mark Charlton.
Mike Williams from the big blind here. Couple limps around to him. He squeezes it up to 7,100, and Randy Eklund wants to play from the button. He's got Jack 8 offsuit. Let's see how this hand develops here. 16K in the middle already. Flop comes 5-4-3. Ace high out in front. A wheel draw for Mike Will. Randy Eklund left with Jack high. And he's going to check it back. Turn is a deuce. That is a straight for Mike Williams. He checks once again. And Randy fires 5K. Mike quickly calls. River card coming. 4 of hearts pairs the board. Mike checks. Randy checks. Mike shows him the wheel. And he's going to scoop that pot. Good for 26K.
Can't bet or win unless you're down.
In your case, you can't win unless you hit something. Come on, man. You can give it shit all day. I was the star of the jokes over there.
You deserve it, though.
I deserve a lot, but I don't think I deserve it. Matter of fact, I don't deserve it. I'm just gonna earn it. That's it.
You're gonna earn it.
I don't deserve it.
All right.
But I'm gonna earn it.
I'll tell you what, I won't look. You put in and I'll call you.
You're saying when I'm on the mic, you guys can't.
Hey, put me on the mic.
Mic? Yeah, I can try to do that. Yeah.
That's what he did. Oh, shit.
Under the gun, Leonardo Valenzuela looking down at Ace King.
Well, I can't do that, dude.
He makes it 3,500 from under the gun. Let's see if he gets any action. It's folding around. Quickly folding around, and he's going to scoop that pot.
That's my boy. Hey.
Folds to Eric Jelmstead at the cutoff. He's looking down at pocket eights. He makes it 3,500 to go. Folds to Leonardo in the big blind. Ace 6 of clubs. Could be a hand he wants to speculate with. Indeed he does. So they're going to go heads up here. Flop comes Jack, 3 deuce, 1 club. Eric out in front with the 2 eights. Just going to down bet there. Looks like 2,500. And Leo not interested. Pot over to Eric Jelmstead. Eric not able to find a bag last night. I believe he's on his last bullet for the weekend. Here on the feature table. Let's hope he can run it up. He was Player of the Year 3 short years ago in 2020. He'll be right there in the running for Montana Player of the Year, as will anyone who's able to take down this monstrous event.
11, Johnny Lopez all in, ace 10 of diamonds versus 4s. Ace king jack of the flop, he flops top pair. Turns a queen, he's got a straight now. Deuce on the river, Johnny Lopez with a double. Is that better?
It is better. Thank you.
I use my church.
Frank Lucero, 209K he's sitting with at the moment. Does he want to play the King Jack offsuit under the gun? He does not. Jesse Lair, 2 6s. He's going to limp in. Randy with the deuces. He limps in as well. Eric, though, King Jack going to raise to 5,000 from the cutoff. We saw 2 of his outs folded from Frank. Mike Williams not going to play the ace-9. Folds to the blinds. No thanks. So King Jack for Eric. 6s for Jesse. Deuces for Randy. They both call. So 5K apiece going in. Flop comes 9, 7, 3. 6s, so far so good. We'll see if Eric wants to continue on this raggedy flop.
He's up against Robert Payton. Jack's next. King, Queen 3. Austin just got avoided Jack.
Oh, God, dude. Oh, I'm an hour.
Turn is a 6.
He's going to bet 7,000. Quick fold from Jess, and Randy left with the deuces. Has not gone anywhere yet. We saw him get pretty sticky a couple times already on this feature table. We can see he does have the best hand, but Eric, aggression paying off for him. He's going to scoop that one.
The last 2 tournaments, I haven't freedom on my record and all. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. My cash rate's been like the same. Yeah, it's like 60%. It took me about 30 days to do this.
Table 5, there's an all-in pot. Ernie's at risk here. He's got top 2 pair versus Jack, so he's got to avoid a Jack or a deuce.
Yeah, most Indiana.
9 on the turn, so he's got to avoid a Jack, deuce, or 9 on the river.
Yeah, it took me about 30 days to figure out like
Queen on the river, 2 pair for Ernie Klutz, double up.
Ace-4 of diamonds for Alyssa. 8-7 of spades for Randy. Jeff Schweigel completes with King 7 and Frank Lucero checking the 8-7 out of the big blind. So 4 players off to a flop. 10-8 deuce. Middle pair for Frank and Randy. Nut flush draw for Alyssa Henniger. Okay, sure. Gotcha. All right. Yep, I didn't see the winner's photo yet, but I just got the sheets. So Alyssa Henniger with the nut flush draw. Ace-4 of diamonds. Randy bets 5. She calls. Frank with the 8-7 as well. Let's see if he wants to make a play at it.
put on like 40K on my Henny mob just in the last 90 days. Cash. Yeah, well, see, so on Thursday I'm going to do the
And Frank Lucero is indeed going to make a play at it.
Mr. Downey at
16,000 to go.
Increase the blinds. Next hand. 800, 1600, 1600, big blind ante. This is the start of level 9. Re-entry, late entry, still open through level 12. 800,
So Randy calls 11K more. Alyssa calls as well. Huge pot in progress as we see a king of clubs hit the turn. Frank Lucero checks, Randy checks. Alyssa's got a chance to peel a free river card for a chance at the nuts, and she is going to check. River card is a king of spades. So Frank and Randy are chopping at the moment. Neither of them want to put anything in the pot. We'll see if Alyssa, left with ace high, is thinking about stealing this pot. There's a lot of chips in the middle. And she checks behind. So Frank and Randy are going to be surprised that they get to chop this pot with their 8-7s. Alyssa sees now that a big bet probably would have done the trick, looking at those two hands she was up against. But easy to say, as I can see all hole cards as they come. Frank and Randy chopping it up.
We're in a hurry to get the game done. You know what I mean?
And Frank happy to scoop those chips. He's talking to somebody. He's feeling it tonight, folks. Frank Lucero, very much alive in his quest to go back-to-back, becoming the first ever two-time Montana State Poker champion. We'll follow his progress tonight and tomorrow as well if he's fortunate enough to bag up chips, as well as the other former state champions I've seen out in the field tonight. Kevin Ellis. No Fast Eddie. He's down in Texas. Couldn't make it back this weekend. Bill Schwarzkopf, he won it in 2019, not here.
We'll see what happens.
2017, Brian Ford not here as well. Sam Fandrick, the first one in 2016, also not here. So I believe just two former champions.
Turn is at 10. He's got to fade a queen, a 4, a king, a queen, or a jack on the river. Queen on the river to make the nut straights for Ernie Plutt, double knockout.
So a couple of limps here. Ace-3 of hearts for Ryan Yannick. 9s for Jelmstead. 7s for Mike Williams. And Jack-9 for Frank. So a couple guys playing a little sneaky-deaky. Nobody wants to reveal the strength of their hand yet. Couple set hunters. Let's see what this flop reveals. 10, 3, deuce. 9s so far so good. A 3 for Ryan.
Versus pocket 10.
Mike Williams, pocket 7s.
So Clint all in here needing some help. Flop comes deuce 5-6. Turn is a deuce. He needs an ace or a queen on the river. Jack on the river, that will not do it.
So Ryan and Mike going to the turn here. The 9s got out of there. It goes check, check. River is a 5, and 7s get the check mark for Mike. Will made it. Scooping that pot. Eric Jelmstead kind of shaking his head like, I threw away that pot. 2 9s went into the muck there on the flop. He didn't love the situation with all the limps. Definitely could have been up against a 10.
I value bet the river, targeting 6, 8, 7, 8, 8, 9, and we both have
Over to go up.
I had 8, 6, 8, 8 off. I was gonna 3 bet. I don't think you call 3 bet 3 either.
Thanks again to all our sponsors that helped bring this live stream to you guys. Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Wicked Diesel Auto Specialists, and Northwest Construction. Thank you guys. We appreciate your support, and thank you viewers for watching, liking, and sharing. We appreciate you guys as well. 3 players to this flop. King 5-3, Leonardo the best hand with King Jack. Sixes for Frank, Queen 6 for Ryan. Leo gonna bet 8,000. Frank Lucero makes the call. Turn is a 7. Frank has a gut shot straight draw. A 6 or a 4 would make him the best hand now. He's a 13% underdog at the moment, and we're going to see a river card for free. Jack of Hearts, that is 2 pair for Leonardo. So Leo going to fire 10K and a quick fold from Frank. Oh, a quick call from Frank, excuse me. And Leo scooping those chips.
Never betting when I have showdown value of 250. But I'm calling 100%. Don't bet. And I can hit a 4. I'll take it.
Guys, stop. Right, but it's in already registered, right? Okay. Are we good? Okay. 5 volts. Volts. 6, 3, 2, 4,300. 7 volts. 43. One call. 2 calls. 3 calls. 4 calls.
Mike Williams, ace-6 of spades, raises to 4,300. Frank Lucero with deuces, he calls. King 10 for Ryan, he calls. And Randy Eklund, he's loving to play here on this feature table. Queen 4 is good enough for him to see the first 3 cards. Here we go. 10, 8, 5, 2 spades, nut flush draw for Mike Williams. Top pair of 10s for Ryan. Frank Lucero left with a couple of deuces. He bets 7K. Quick call from Ryan. Mike Williams with the nut flush draw. Let's see how he wants to play.
We got Jeff, Leo, Melissa, Randy. It's like the perfect table right there, man.
He's going to call as well. So 3 of these guys off to a turn. A deuce of spades would be crazy, but it's a deuce of diamonds. Oh my gosh, Frank Lucero all of a sudden. 83% next to his name. Mike Williams still has a chance to make the nuts with a spade that doesn't pair the board. Ryan all of a sudden drawing dead after being way out in front on the flop. Crazy. What a turn card. And nobody's going to see this coming if once Frank turns his hand over at the end, if it gets to that. So Frank going to bet Ryan Yannick beats him into the pot with the call for 21K. And now what does Mike Williams do? 76,000 in front of him. He's facing a bet of 21K. There is a ton of money to be won this hand. one way or another. Let's see if he decides to peel for 21. He'd still have 55K left. I definitely don't see him folding just yet. He is going to make the call for a chance at the nuts. Frank Lucero out in front, trip deuces. River card is a 9. Ryan checks, Mike checks. And Frank Lucero with 3 deuces. He's got Ryan on the hook. Ryan does not believe him at all. 2 quick calls on the flop and the turn. Pretty concerning card. He's going to bet 26K, and Ryan does quickly call. And Frank shows him the bad news. Deuce on the turn. 3 deuces for a huge pot. Frank Lucero just south of 300K. Ryan shaking his head. He had that pot. Until the deuce of diamonds found its way onto the board. Mike Williams got caught up. I don't blame him. He had a great chance at a huge pot if he could find a spade on the turn of the river. But it's back to the drawing board. He's got 55K. He's got a whole lot of poker talent. I know that much, folks. He's had an incredible run the last few years. Fresh off, I believe, a $17,000 cash in Ohio just last weekend. So he is riding high on poker momentum, that is for sure. And it definitely, I can tell you, it means a lot to him if he were to become Montana State Poker Champion. But Frank Lucero putting on a very convincing showing that he is going to go back-to-back. He's one of the chip leaders in the field for sure, sitting at 295K. And he's going to raise to 5,000 with pocket fives. Right next door, Jess calls with 7s. Ryan Yannick with 6-5 of hearts, he calls. Eric Jelmstead, ace 8 of clubs, not interested from the big blind. Jeff Schweigel's got the king jack, he's in there as well. So let's see what this flop brings. Queen, queen, 6. Ryan hits a 6, but Jess still out in front with 7s. Let's see who wants to be the aggressor here. Not a bad flop. If you're Jess Lair, if you don't think anybody's got a queen, he ships it in there. And Frank might be committed here with the 5s. Ryan makes a correct laydown with the 6-5 of hearts. So Frank makes a good laydown. He gets shown the 2 7s. Just Flair, much needed pot for him.
Yeah, no, that's not much opportunity for you.
So we are in level 9, 800, 1600. Last level for this feature table group. They're going to color off the black 100 chips here at this break in about 15, 20 minutes. And we'll bring in our third feature table lineup for the evening. So a lot of guys looking to see a flop here. It has been the theme of this feature table group 5 ways now. Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 spades. Royal flush draw for Mike Will. Somehow everybody else missed it all. Ryan, he's got a wheel draw. If a 4 comes, he would make the nuts. So Mike calls with the queen 10 of spades. Here we go to the turn. 4 spades, please, dealer. But it's the jack of diamonds. That would have been a wild card. 4 of spades. Ryan gonna bet 4,000. Mike makes the call, it looks like here. And river card coming. 8 of hearts.
Look at this shit, bro. How do I miss that?
So Ryan checks and Mike checks back, and queen high is good for the pot.
I get it. That was almost the same difference that last time.
Yeah, stop, bud. If I start losing, it's coming on. 11 minutes.
What's going on? Oh, yeah, there you go. Match is gone.
Lays is all in. She's got pocket 8s. Paul has queens, though, looking to knock her out. Queen in the door, 9, deuce. She's running 8s. Deuce. Not to be. Pot over the ball.
Wow, Jeff Schweigel under the gun +1, limping the aces. Oh my goodness, what is happening this hand? Mike Williams found king, queen. He's all in. Back around to Jeff, laying in the weeds. He's in there for his last 10,400. Ryan Yannick's all in with ace jack. Jess Lair, pocket 3s.
I hope you have 8s.
He is still thinking it over, looks like. Wow, this thing blew up in a hurry.
I wanted to isolate. I don't have anything.
So Jeff on the short stack, but he does have 2 aces for a chance to get right back in this thing. There'll be a side pot between Mike and Ryan. Mike Williams got everybody covered. He can, if he can find a way to make the king-queen work. Flop comes king, jack, 9. He needs a king, queen, or a 10. Great flop for him. Turn is an ace. 3 aces. Now Mike needs a 10 only for the double KO, but it's a 4. 3 aces for the main pot, and side pot gonna go to Ryan Yannick. Aces and jacks. Mike Williams left paying everybody off after that one.
I was thinking of a few different turns besides the ace.
Every turn is good.
Yeah, any turn, yeah. I was feeling pretty good about it after the flop.
I was. What about the turn? I mean, you. That's a significant turn for sure. That was really-
One folds. 2 calls. 3 is all in. 21-4.
Ryan Yannick moving all in with the ace-7 of spades. Jess Lair limped in with the king-jack of spades. Randy with 2 5s. He's got a decision to make. He's got a very healthy chip stack. 131K. It's 21K to call. A little too rich, though. Ooh, interesting spot. Eric Jelmstead is indeed going to rejam all in with pocket 10s. Michael Williams all in ace-queen of diamonds. Wow, what an action hand all of a sudden. And Leonardo tapping his cards, trying to squeeze out something good. He cannot. 10-8 gone. Jess Lair folding the king-jack. So here we go, 3-way all in. Ace-7 of spades, ace-queen of diamonds. Eric with the best hand, pocket 10s. He's got them both covered if he can hold up. We just saw a 10 head into the muck. Let's see what happens.
I mean, I'm looking, I've got a long way to go to call. I can't.
Here we go. Flop comes queen 8-5. Mike Will smashes the queen way out in front. Turn is a 3. That'll do it for Ryan. Can Eric find the case 10? He cannot. So Mike Williams, just like that, back up to 74,000. Yannick is eliminated, and Eric is left. I think Eric should still have 40-ish K. Oh no, Eric's going to be left with close to around 20K, it looks like. Yeah, he will be in the danger zone. Looking for a double up ASAP as we are closing in on the end of level 9. These players will take a break, and we've got a new feature table group coming in shortly.
Hindsight, 2020. Five minutes, boys. Don't lose your shit. I'm trying to be a movie star.
So here we go, on to the next one.
Oh, shit.
One fold.
I only run good on camera.
With the mask.
Randy Eklund, ace-10 of spades, going to raise it up. That's a pretty healthy raise, 20,000. Alyssa Henniger looks down at 2 kings. Here is a great chance for her to get a big-time double up. She is all in for 40,900. Leonardo picks up ace-queen. My goodness. Yeah, he makes a big fold because Randy's open was insanely big, over 11 times the big blind. 12 times the big blind, 12 and a half times. Alyssa picks up kings. She's in there. Randy's got to be committed, you'd think. I don't want to speak for this guy. He's been playing pretty unorthodox on this feature table. He makes the call. Here we go. Alyssa with a great chance to move to 85,000. We saw an ace hit the muck. 8-8-3, 2 diamonds. Turn is a 9 of hearts. River is a 3. Leonardo, ace-queen of diamonds. He would have been wamboozled as well. Great pot. Great pickup for Alyssa. She became a lot more dangerous. Randy Eklund still sitting fine with 90,000.
Table 1, all in pot. Looks like pocket deuces versus queen 10 and pocket king jack.
Pocket king jack.
For Joe, king jack of hearts. Flop comes ace 10 5. Irvin flops the best hand. Turn is a 7. He does not want to see a queen or a king or a deuce. Queen on the river to make a straight. Double knockout for Joe. Holy moly. Once again, sell your blacks to 100, to one player at each table. They'll be coming out of play here on break.
You know they call me.
Folds to Leonardo on the button. Ace 4, raise it up. Jeff Schweigel calls in the small blind with Ace Jack. And Frank's got the RPT nuts, 10-7. He's making the call as well.
Use your church voice.
Sing it.
Flop comes Jack 9-3. Top pair, top kicker for Jeff. Gut shot, straight jaw for Frank. Not much for Leonardo. $6,100 is the bet from Jeff. Frank going to get out of the way, as does Leonardo. So pot to Jeff Schweigel.
We got another hand.
As we're about to hit break very shortly.
Yeah, we got the.
Can we go back to our normal table? I think this should just be
Yeah, this is crazy.
winners come really up here.
I'm fine. I'll put them there.
I'll put money on that. The winner's coming from this table.
Finish the hand you're on. 15-minute break, poker players. We'll be back 15 minutes.
Can't win the first one, I win the last one.
So here it is, the final hand for this feature table lineup. Everybody heading on a 15-minute break. A6 for Mike Will. He makes it 4,300 to go.
Two calls.
Jess Lair calls with the King 10. Flop comes Ace 6-5. Top two pair for Mike. Jess checks. Mike checks it back. Turn is a 7 of spades. The nut flush draw all of a sudden for Jess Lair. He bets the minimum 1,600. Call from Mike. And a deuce of diamonds. 5,000. Looks like a quick raise to 15 from Mike. Finally pouncing with the A6. A little concerning board, but Jess Lair, he missed it all. And that'll do it for this group, folks. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes with a brand new table, possibly a brand new announcer. Thanks for having me. We'll see you soon.
Neal. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 big blind ante. Cards are in the air.
All right, folks. You got me back with you. Welcome back from your break, too, viewers. You've earned it. We've got our third feature table group of the night. Sitting there in the one seat is the defending Spring Poker Showdown champion less than 1 month ago, Mr. Robert Hyam out of Dayton, Wyoming. He is here on this feature table, as is Chris Cutler, looking down at a beautiful-looking ace, king of spades, kicking off this live stream. Just had some news from the floor. We just hit 165 total entries, bringing our total for the Montana State Poker Championship to 300. Record breaker. Still 3 levels of registration open, so let's shoot for the moon, huh? Biggest prize pool in Montana history this tournament. As Chris Cutler and Rob Hyam all of a sudden playing a huge pot back and forth. Looks like Robert put in a 3-better with the ace-queen to 15, and Chris just ships it, and he lays it down. Robert Hyam defeated a monstrous field of 334 entries last month. Pocketed a monster payout, I believe $23,000 and change. He defeated Neil Roberts. Heads up, Neil is in the field tonight for Flight B as well. So those guys looking for another couple of deep runs here on the RPT. They are both way up there in points on this Montana Player of the Year leaderboard. We've got Scott Mondreau from Williston. He is here on this feature table. Jason Eastwood. He's here. Jeff Burris. Jason Neff there in the 5 seat. He's been doing some dealing for us this weekend. Decided to hop into Flight B. And we're wishing him the best of luck. Neff is a very solid player. And a very good dealer. I mean, he can do it all here. Porter Elliott, not familiar with him. He is here on this feature table. brings a nice healthy 138,000. We're playing level 10, 10, 11, 12 here with this group. Blinds are 1K, 2K, 2K big blind ante. Robert Hyam, Chris Cutler, and Porter Elliott, the top 3 stacks, the only ones over 100K. Jeff Burris, Jason Neff, Paul Spiller, Spyler, and Jason Eastwood rounding out this feature table lineup. Folds to Chris Cutler in the hijack, ace-4. He's made a few final tables here in our Montana RPT events. Very good player. And that raise will do the job for him. Scott Mandro, he qualified last night. He's looking for bag number 2 here in Flight B. Jason Neff here raises to 5K from the big blind with 9-7. Jeff Burris calls with King 3. And Jason Neff flops a straight. Jack 10-8. Jeff checks. Neff gonna bet 5K. Jeff left with King High, but he's thinking it over here. And that'll do it. Pot over to Jason Neff. Paul Spiller under the gun, ace-4. Rob Hyam, ace-8. Jeff Burris, king-jack. Open-ended straight draw on the flop. 10-7 would have made a full house. It's going to check to the river. Ace high, good at showdown. Indeed it is for Robert Hyam. Under the gun +2, Porter Elliott. Does he want to play the King 10 of Hearts? He's going to make it 5,000. Scott Mindreau looking down at 2 9s in the small blind. He calls. And Paul Spiller in the big. He gets out of there. So Porter and Scott going to go heads up here. Oh my goodness. Ace 8-3 all hearts. Nut flush for Porter. Scott is left with a pair of 9s, but he's got an inferior flush draw. 6 of clubs on the turn. Check mark for Porter. Scott checks. He checks again. He's going to let Scott really try to catch anything, but he does not. He's left with a pair of 9s, but he's going to get a bet out of Scott, it looks like, on the river. He bets 5K, and Porter going to raise to 15. We'll see if Scott can make the laydown here. Yeah, nice fold from him. Looks like a new player, Rick Burleson, just joined us here. Haven't seen much from him, but I know he's a very solid player out of Rapid City, South Dakota. He's had some success on the MSPT circuit. Probably the only second time he has played an RPT event. I think he was here a year or two ago. He direct bought on day 2, I remember, for this tournament. He's here for Flight B. He's looking to run one up. We'll see if he can do so. Under the gun +1, Porter Elliott putting on the sneaky deek. Pocket jacks. He limps in, and Chris Cutler just peeled 2 aces. Buckle up, folks. 7,000 is the raise from Chris. How does Porter Elliott want to combat that after limping in? He plops out 17K quickly. And now Chris Cutler, music to his ears. Similar stacks here. Is he going to think of a 4-bet sizing? Is he going to make the call and keep his hand disguised? He is going to bump it up to 37K. Wow. And a pretty quick call from Porter. All of a sudden, there's 80K in the middle, and it could spell doom if Porter doesn't find a jack or if it's a raggedy flop. Oh, my. Nasty flop for both of these guys. Porter's in there with the overpair and a straight draw now. Chris Cutler, of course, pocket aces. He moves all in. And is that flop good enough for Porter to commit the rest of his stack? Wow. And he is all in. Huge pot. 309K in the middle. Porter needs a jack or an 8. 8 to lock it up. Now a jack would only chop it for Chris Cutler. A 6 makes a straight on the board, but the jack high straight for Porter. Disgusting way to go out for Chris Cutler. One run out away from being one of the biggest stacks in the room to eliminated. It is a cruel game we play. Porter Elliott reaping the benefits there. Wow, what a flop. Chris did everything he could. He shipped it all in. He put Porter to the test. He knew there was a good chance he was beat. But that flop did pick up just what he needed. 8 of hearts right away. No waiting on the turn. Jack high straight. Monster chip leader of this feature table is Porter Elliott. Good luck out there, Chris Cutler, if you're firing another bullet. Reg is still open for about 2.5 levels.
Three-way all in on table number
So
4.
Rick Burleson, Jack 10, he makes it 5K. Jeff Burris calls, Paul Spiller calls, and Jason Eastwood calls. 4 players, 10, 5, deuce, top pair for Rick.
4, 3, 3, 4.
Paul Spiller, though, 2 overs and a nut flush draw.
8 on the river. It's clubs, though. Those running clubs for ace, queen of clubs. To come from behind and scoop it.
So Rick with the Jack 10 going to bet 8,000. Jeff gets out of the way. Paul Spiller with the ace jack of clubs in the short stack. Yeah, I think that is the play there for him. All in for 50K, and that's going to put Rick in a fairly tough spot. It's 42K more.
For Nathan, Jack 6-3, flops top pair. Ace on the turn, he gets out turn, he needs a king or a jack now.
Rick's got 134K behind. He does make the correct call. He is up against a draw. We'll see what happens. 2 cards to come. Paul needs an ace or a club. And just like last hand, no waiting. Nut flush and a 4th club on the river. Paul Spiller. Big time double up and change. He's back to 122K. Rick Burleson going to be down to 91,000 after that pot. Montana State Poker Championship, Flight B. We're here, Billings Hotel and Convention Center. We are in the midst of a record-breaking weekend. We're over 300 entries. We'll see where we finish up here in about an hour and a half once registration closes. This prize pool is going to be very juicy. Somebody taking home a huge first place prize tomorrow night. Gottman Dro in the hijack. He raises it up with the ace-8. And that's good enough for the pot. Under the gun, Rick Burleson. He's limping in there with pocket sixes. Neff's out of there. There goes both of the sixes. So Rick is certainly not going to make a set this hand. Folds to the small blind. Porter completes. And Rob Hyam checks with the 8-5. Let's see what this flop brings. Ace, 9, 8. Pair of eights for Rob. Bottom pair, but way out in front, as we can see. Rick Burleson going to bet 5,000 with those pocket sixes. Rob makes the call. Jack of diamonds, it goes check, check. 3 of diamonds. And Rob's going to show him the bad news. 8 is good for the pot. So folding to Paul in the hijack, ace 9. He's going to fold it. So Porter on the button with ace 6 raises to 6,000. And a quick raise and take it for him on hand number 89 of this feature table today. So once again, we are in level 10 currently, 1K, 2K. We play through 15 levels here in Flight B. Those players with chips will bag up, and we will resume day 2 action at 11 a.m. And we'll bring this live stream to you guys tomorrow until the final hand is dealt at about 10:07 p.m. Give or take a few minutes. Jason Neff under the gun, pocket kings. He's going to make it 7,000 to go. No takers for Neff. Folds to Rob Hyam. Jack 9 of hearts in the cutoff. Looks like a min raise there, or excuse me, 3x raised to 6,000. Rick Burleson on the button, King 8 of clubs, he calls. Jeff Burris, King 10, he's coming along from the small blind, so 3 players going to see this flop. 5-3 deuce. No help to anyone. Backdoor flush draws for Rob and Rick. King 10 high, the best hand at the moment. We'll see what happens. Nice bet from Rob, 14K. Quickly gets the job done. And Rob Hyam definitely not afraid to put chips in the pot. His aggression paid off very well last month. He was the Spring Poker Showdown champion.
Logan is all in with ace 10. He's a favorite versus king queen. Flop comes ace 4-3. That's a fantastic flop for Logan. Turn is a 9. He's going to double up.
Folds to Jeff Burris on the button. King Jack offsuit. Makes it 10,000. 5x, big raise. Let's see if it gets through the blinds. It does indeed, so he's going to scoop that pot.
Well, the guys that are just like control the graphics on the screen. Sir, I do need you to bump your lavender to the top of your pile area.
Jeff Burris pocket jacks in the cutoff. He raises it up to 10,000. He's going to fold the Paul in the big blind. He peels the Queen 6 offsuit. And blinds are going up. I just heard 1,500, 3K, 3K. Start of level 11, 1 hour of registration left for the Montana State Poker Championship. If you don't know, now you know. This is a record-breaking turnout. If you're listening to this one from Billings, you better get on down to the Billings Hotel and Convention Center. This thing's going to be huge, probably close to 30,000 up top tomorrow. Rob Hyam under the gun, +1. Ace King. Jeff Burris in the hijack. He's got King Queen. He's going to 3-bet it to 15K. Interesting spot here as Jason Neff, Ace Jack of Diamonds. He is going to peel for 15. And Scott Mondreau, Ace Jack of Hearts. Wow. Some big hands going around. Scott folds it. Last ace in the deck there for Paul. Ace Deuce offsuit. Going to head into the muck. Jason Eastwood, no thank you. 9-6 of clubs. And back to Rob. Looks like he's going to just make the call here. So no aces left. We saw ace jack of hearts for Scott Mindro go into the muck. Jason Neff, though, flopping the nut flush draw. He's got less than a pot-sized bet remaining in his stack. And he is going to move all in for 50K. And it looks like that could get it done. Robert might come along with the ace-king. He's got a lot of chips. He does have to worry about Jeff behind him. Jeff did 3-bet this one. Very capable of having a pocket pair. Wow. Oh, I thought he was sliding those chips in. Still shuffling. He is really giving this one some thought, folks. We can see he does have the best hand currently with the ace-king high. Jason Neff's got the nut flush draw. He calls. Wow, what a call. Jason Neff shakes his head. He needs a jack or a diamond twice. Some of his outs in the muck, as you can see. The trend has been hit it right away on the turn. Let's see if he does. He does indeed. The trend continues. Jason Neff, nut flush. Hits it again for good measure. My goodness. Up to 153K. Rob makes the second nut flush on the river with the king of diamonds. No bueno. Wowzers.
Literally cut in half. Now you just double it, then you're back to where you started.
Under the gun +1, Rick Burleson opening up with the ace-jack. Hey, bud. Are you joining me? Hopefully this mic is hot as well. What a treat you've got here, folks. The return of the Lang and Louds connection. Patrick Langhow, welcome to the booth.
Hey, thanks for having me, Keith. It's been a few months since we've had the pleasure of chatting about poker together.
Well, I think it's going to be just like riding a bike.
Yeah, how's the action been?
It's been great. There's been some huge hands. The theme is the hand that gets it in with a draw spikes it right away on the turn. I've seen it 3 or 4 times in a row.
Get there, no sweat.
Get there, no sweat, right away on the turn when you need it. Aces were cracked in a huge one to bust Chris Cutler not too long ago against Pocket Jacks. Flop was 10-9-7. They got it all in right away on the turn. 8, Jack high straight for Porter.
Gutter to get there. Oof.
Yeah, nasty. Needed a jack or an 8. He got it.
Tough run, Cuts. He's a good player.
He is a tough player. Hopefully he's out there in the field running one up somewhere. Jason Neff just got it in. There was a 4-way, multi-way pot. He had ace-jack of diamonds up against ace-king. The flop was 8-4-3, 2 diamonds. He shipped it all in for 50K, about a pot-sized bet. Rob Hyam made the correct call with ace-king high. He was ahead but Neff right away on the turn drilled the 4 of diamonds. Lock it up. He's back up to 150K. Robert still very healthy, 149. I just mentioned the reigning Spring Poker Showdown champion. A lot of chips on this table and a lot of chips in the field. What did I hear, 175 entries are we up to out there? Something like that. And climbing. That is a total of 310.
We're on hand 96, Keith.
You just couldn't have timed this any better. Maybe came in 11 hands later. Would have been pretty sweet too. But 4 players see this flop. Jeff Burris with Queen Jack. He's out in front. Paul Spiller with the club flush draw. And the theme's been drilled on the turn, Patrick. And God bless him, 3 of clubs.
Keith, you did not lie to me.
That is the theme around here.
Well, lying in poker is a theme. You're not doing it. Boy, it's a comforting feeling to just spike that draw right on the turn.
It sure is. Jeff Burris, second pair. He's on the short stack. He's going to get sticky here. He is definitely in the danger zone, left with 28K going to this river. Fortunately for him, he didn't make 2 pair or trips, so he might find a way to not go broke. So Paul loves the run out. No board pair, no 4th club. Looks like he is going to bet 50K, enough to put Jeff all in. He'd really have to be a non-believer here to commit his tournament life. Second pair of queens. Yeah, he's going to think better of it. Not a great spot, but still enough. He's got 9 big blinds and change, enough to maybe find a better spot to get a double up and get back in this thing. Jason Neff, fresh off that double up. Feeling good, living right. He's not feeling too good, though, Patrick. The Suns got rocked in game 1, I just saw.
They did.
The Nuggets are up 1-0.
I went with them tonight, too, on both my parlays. Good. Every other bet was right except the Suns. Guess we should have hedged with the Nuggets, but we were going for big money.
Sure.
We're going for that state cap. $5.99.
Yep.
Paul Spiller, right back at it, finds a couple of snowmen, Keith.
He does indeed, Patrick.
Melt some stacks with that one, Keith.
I should have had something for you there. I'll get you on the next one. 8s are good for Paul. On to the next one. It pops up on the screen occasionally. Chip stacks and whatnot. Yep. Names. We'll take those names and chip stacks when you guys get a chance there, Goose and Jared. Let these viewers and also Patrick know what we're working with here at this feature table.
Yeah, currently at 11 tables, peaked at 13.
Broke a couple already. Okay.
So we've been running around, keeping everything.
Yeah, it's been gangbusters. I mean, plopping out tables, it's a hectic feeling, but it's a good feeling to just pack this place, and the players are having a blast for sure, especially with this feature table.
It's exciting.
Yeah, big things to come. I mean, nothing set in stone, but for sure we'd love to bring this thing back, you know, for more Montana events in the future. We'll see what we can work out. 10-7, quickly into the muck for Robert Hyam, a cardinal sin. And here he goes, Jeff Burris. He found ace-10. He's all in. Rick Burleson calls with Jack-10. So Jeff in a good spot to get back to 54K. Flop comes 10-5 deuce. Turn is a 6. Just needs to fade a hook on the river. And it's a king of clubs, so Jeff Burris back to 54K. Rick Burleson going to be chopped down to 54K. So these guys about identical chip stacks after that one. On to the next. So there you see these chip counts. Porter Elliott, chip leader of this feature table, after busting Chris Cutler, 294K. All the way down to Jason Eastwood, 6 bigs and a dream, 20,500, looking for that double up quickly, Patrick.
And he got in on a free roll through the locker room.
He did, yeah. One of 3 players to win a free roll into the satellite, and he won a satellite ticket as well. So he is looking to absolutely free roll this thing into close to $30,000 if he can run up this 20,000 chip stack. If not, registration's still open for another 45 minutes or so, plus a 15-minute break.
Scott Mandel finally sevens, raising it up to 7. He had it on his mind, Keith.
He did indeed. Mr. Red Pencil. That is his nickname. He used to do some commercials back in the day, slashing prices. And it's just one of the best nicknames on tour. Mr. Red Pencil, Scott Mindro. Always good to see him.
Jason Eastwood makes the call. He's Jack King off in this hand.
He sure is, Patrick. Ace 9-9. Picks up some counterfeit outs there. He needs a king, jack, or an ace. But Scott Mandro with 2 7s is showing no fear. But then again, he looks over at Jason. He's only got 13,500, so Scott not exactly putting himself at risk. Just putting Jason to the test. And, yeah, pretty hard to call off with the king high. So Mr. Red Pencil draws up another pot. He's slashing stacks this time around, Patrick.
He's sharpening his mind.
He is indeed.
We got Irv all in. Rory is all in with 2 jacks. He's up against Rory or Ace King.
Damn near say
5 flops. So far, so good.
A little bit.
Queen on the turn. King on the river. Ace King spikes it for the elimination.
Under the gun here, Paul Spiller, pocket 10s on hand number 100. He's going to make it 7,000, and here goes Jason. A couple of sailboats, Patrick. A couple sailboats are heading down towards the sewer, Patrick, and there is a clown waiting for Georgie.
He's in trouble.
He sure is. Rick Burleson, who is looking to stop the bleeding. He's lost a few pots. He's all in with King Queen. We've got action, and there's the last 4.
Jason Eastwood.
So Jason Eastwood is going to somehow need to make some sort of straight flush type of hand with his pocket 4s because he cannot make a set.
Or hope the board runs a straight.
Yeah.
Or suits her. Or club flush.
He can make a club flush. Diamonds are covered. He's got 3%, and that seems generous.
Good luck, Jason. Every free poker player's dream, running it up from nothing into heaps of money. We'll see what happens.
So the 10's going to the muck. Wow, from Paul. He's shaking his head. He sees the 4s. He sees the king, queen. He sees what could have been. We'll see, though.
So this is a scenario we didn't see, Keith. Now he just needs to dodge a king or a queen.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we did not see 4s going in as the best
I thought
hand.
10s were going to be involved.
Yeah.
Wow.
And can he fade it?
Is he fading this?
A triple up to beat one player
He
is the
doesn't.
dream.
All the scenarios we talked about. Whoa, a little ahead of ourselves. 10's got to get in there, Paul.
You know, you got to face your fear, Patrick. And he did indeed.
Wow, turn of events. Not expecting that. It happens, though.
I mean, it is an awkward spot for Paul. I mean,
Yeah,
he raises the short stack jams, and then Rick with 54K rejams. I mean, he's definitely leery of over pairs as well as the ace king, ace queens. Easy to say from the booth what you should and shouldn't do, seeing everybody's cards as they come. But Jason Eastwood, count your blessings.
We were a little ahead of ourselves there, but look at this, Keith.
Is this the start of something beautiful?
Just as we thought he was out the door, he's back all in.
41,500 all of a sudden. He's going to really be back in this thing if he can find another full double up.
Neff's got aces.
Patrick, Jason may have been on borrowed time because this could spell the end unless something really crazy happens. Jason Neff, 2 aces. He's all in.
Wow.
One of the kings going into the muck. Jason Eastwood needs to make Broadway. He needs to make 2 kings. He needs to make a flush. It's going to take a lot of work. 6% or he's out of here. 5-5 deuce is about as ugly as it gets. He needs to make a wheel to chop or running kings. 10 of clubs, not it for Jason Eastwood. That's just bad timing, Patrick. A great hand to rip for your last 40K. Jason Neff looking down at the weapons of mass destruction. Pocket aces.
Just like that, at any card, any turn, boom, gone. Those back-to-back hands, Keith.
Seat open indeed, but who knows? Could be a blessing, Jason. It's $470 for a fresh 60K and a chance at the largest prize pool in Montana history. So that was some Jason on Jason crime there. Neff versus Eastwood. Robert Hyam under the gun, pocket 10s. And I hear another table breaking out in the outer room. Bust outs like crazy. Jason Neff found ace-5 of spades. He likes the price. He's going to see a flop for 9K if he can. Paul Spiller, 3 deuce. No thank you. Porter Elliott on the big stack. King 4 of clubs. He says sure. Let's see a flop 3 ways. King 6-3 and Porter Elliott takes the lead with a pair of kings. So he checks it, and Robert Hyam going to continue for 16,500. Neff is out of there. And Porter, he defends the big blind and flops top pair. What's he going to do now? He's going to make the call for 16,500 onto the turn. Queen of hearts. Flush draw for Robert now. It goes check, check, ace of diamonds. Scary card for both of these guys. They're happy to both show down, and Rob going to see the bad news that he did get outflopped. And the rich get richer. Porter Elliott up to 330K. And Weston Wells.
Our good dear friend has entered the game.
He was on the starting feature table of the day. Does not look like he brought too much ammunition here. Not sure what happened to him on the outer field. He could be on another bullet by now. We're not sure, but Weston is here. Let's see if he can spin this one up. He took a nasty one on the first feature table group, Patrick. He had 7-4 of diamonds, and the flop was 6. God, what was the flop? 7-4 of diamonds. The flop was 2-3-6.
Okay.
Anyways, he had a straight draw and a flush draw. No, the flop was 6-5. Okay, because Kevin Ellis was in there with 8-7 of clubs.
Okay.
Open ender.
Open ender.
6-5. And Weston had 7-4. And the flop was, there's a deuce also. The turn was a 3. Weston made the nut straight, and he still had the nut flush draw. And chips went in, and the river was an offsuit 9. Kevin Ellis made the 9 high nut straight, and he got the full double up off Weston there. Pretty sick.
Was that his only outs? 4 outs?
Yeah, he couldn't make the 9 of diamonds, so he needed 3 outer. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it was pretty gross.
So, well, yeah, Weston coming in with about a starting stack, 16 bigs at this point.
Yeah, he started with 60K. He's got 49.5. Weston, a very talented, capable player. He knows how to spin up a short stack. So we'll see if he can find a spot.
Top 5 point leader in the North Dakota race
He
this
is.
year.
Yep, he's got some points in Montana as well. Looking to pick up a lot more this weekend. Jeff Burris under the gun. Couple ducks heading to the pond, Patrick. Couple of ace-4s going into the muck as we are closing in on hand number 107. So Flight B, record-breaking Flight B. We shall see when the dust settles the total prize pool, but it is the biggest tournament we've ever done. And after doing some research, the largest prize pool ever in the state of Montana. So very exciting stuff. Happy to be a part of it.
Thanks for coming out to all the players.
Thank you indeed. And thanks for watching here on the live stream, viewers. Thanks for liking and sharing. We'll be back. If you couldn't make it this weekend, we'll be back in Billings July 21st, 22nd, and 23rd for the $625 buy-in high roller event. Hope to see you there. As for next weekend, we're heading back home to Bismarck. We will be at the Bismarck Moose Lodge Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you're in North Dakota, want to check us out, it's a lot of fun there at the Bismarck Moose Lodge. We'll see you there. For full details on those tournaments, just head to our Facebook page or roughriderpokertour.com.
Keith, look what our friend Mr. Red Pencil found on hand 105.
It looks like he just got his ticket, Patrick. He is flying American Airlines. Pocket aces for Scott Mandreau on a flop of 8-4-4, about as safe as you can get. Rick does have some backdoor draws if he's going to continue after this flop. But 12K looks like to quickly do the job for Scott. I can move this in the center. Make it easier.
I probably just got to sit closer. I'm kind of far back.
Perfect. Yeah, lean back. Stretch it.
Really been feeling it.
Yeah.
Here I am.
We got Patrick a little closer to the mic.
So Paul found another pocket pair. 6s this time. As I kiss the mic.
Jason Neff, Queen Jack. He is out in front after a flop of Ace Jack 4. So he's going to call 5K and looks like check in the dark. Turn is a 4. Does Paul want to take another stab? Looks like he is reaching and cuts out a bet. 17K, pretty healthy.
Yeah,
and
lets
yeah,
it
nice
go.
play for him. Neff, he can't beat an ace. And, you know, Paul's probably not value betting a hand like Jack 10 or another hand that he beats with Queen Jack there. So, nice play for Paul Spiller. And we are on to the next one.
That's a spot you find yourself in a lot of tournaments there, Keith. You got middle pair, facing aggression.
Yeah, I mean, when you're seeing these guys hole cards, I mean, players are definitely winning a lot of pots that they're up against guys with the check mark, but they know they can't win at showdown, or they know they're probably turning their middle pair, bottom pair type hand into a bluff. And
Paul again,
paying
what
out.
is going on? He's just smashing this deck. Pocket pair, the second best one you can get. Kings.
A couple of Montana Cowboys here for Paul Spiller.
Let's see if you can get any action.
You're up next hand, 2,000, 4,000. Now we're up to 2,000, 4,000.
Nothing so far, but it looks like Porter makes the call with Queen 9 of clubs. That's a king cracker, Keith.
Well, it is hand 107, Patrick, so let's see what kind of craziness
Let's see.
happens.
Kings on hand 107. One into the muck. A few clubs.
So Porter, he's got a lot of chips, and he wants to play. Flop
Two
comes
clubs.
6-4 deuce, 2 clubs, Patrick.
Club-a-dub-dub.
And if you know the theme around here, if we're going to see a turn card, you know what it's going to be.
The 7 of clubs, of course. Paul deciding how much should I bet on hand 107.
Yeah, this could be an interesting one. A small bet. Yeah, Porter just happy to make the call for 8K. Nothing crazy
The
yet.
bet is just shy of 107,000.
And the trend has broken. No club on the turn. 5 of diamonds. Still a concerning card for Paul. A 4-liner to a
Free
straight.
card to the river. Deuce.
Okay. Paul feeling a little more comfortable now. Kings and deuces. Does he want to go for some value? Does he want to check to induce a bluff? Or possibly pot control, some sort of bottom pair of deuce, some sort of weird 3 they got there. I think he's going to put in a smallish little bet here, about 14,000.
18K gets it done, it looks like.
It does, yep. 18K good for Paul.
So hand 107 had a little bit of fireworks, Keith. We didn't go empty-handed on that one.
We sure didn't. And we are going to move on to level 12, the final level of Flight B. This is the last 30 minutes for these players to get their stacks in, get those re-entries, unload the clip. 60,000 chips for 470 bucks. It's currently worth 15 big blinds. 2K, 4K is what we're playing here in level 12.
5, 9, 10, King Jack picks up 4 more outs for first. 5 on the turn, he needs a king, a jack, or a queen. 8 on the river, ace high. That's good.
It's not bad in here. I've been in worse booths.
Yeah. If you're just hearing us out there, we're in a closet together. Our booth is in a makeshift chair closet.
Yeah.
Believe it or not the first time we've been in a closet together. Talking about poker.
Anyways, folks, Weston Wells found the ace-8. He's all in for 49,500. Jason Neff on the button, 2 sevens. He's got 169K. This would cost him about 50K. He's going to crunch some numbers here. He does have the blinds to worry about as well.
He's thinking to himself, this is a somewhat hefty bet.
So Neff does make the call.
He does make the call, and that's what it looked like. He's figuring he's up against ace king, ace queen.
Pretty much the same difference here. Ace 8, 2 overs to his 7s. Couple of table taps here. Let's see who comes out. Oh my God.
Flops a set.
Ace in the window, but a 7 for a set for Jason Neff. Weston Wells, I think that's it for him, Patrick. I think he is out of bullets. I don't think he will be the Montana State Poker Champion. Jason Neff, however, very much alive with a very healthy stack. 220K and change. And Weston, God bless you. If you got another bullet available, we wish you the best of luck out there.
That's right, yeah. My bad. I should have thought about you.
Yeah, come on, man.
So action folds around to Rick Burleson. He'll move all in with the queen 8 of diamonds. Let's see if we get any action here, Keith.
Well, Mr. Red Pencil's out of there. Paul Spiller's out of there. We'll see if the big blind can wake up with a little something, something. 7-4 of spades, not going to do it. Rick is going to pick up a much-needed 10K. He's back to 38K. 9.5 big blinds. He's got a smile on his face, though. Hasn't dragged the pot for a while. We'll see if he can get back in this thing. So here we go on to the next one.
Jason Neff. He's got chips to play with now, Keith. He's going to raise it up. 9K with King 10 of hearts.
He is indeed. Porter Elliott calls from the small blind with pocket 8s.
He's got chips too.
Robert Hyam, King Queen, he's in there as well. So flop comes ace, ace, 7. No help to Rob or Jason. 2 8s out in front for Porter. Turn is a 10, though. Jason Neff. Aces and 10s. Robert Hyam picks up a gut shot as well as the nut flush draw. Porter Elliott left with a 3% chance to win this hand. So he's out of there. Off to the river. It is in club, Patrick. Robert Hyam makes the best hand. So all three players had the best hand at one moment of this post-flop hand. Flop, turn, river. There was a new leader, and Rob Hyam finishes it off with the nut flush.
I'll be honest with you, Keith, the way Neff's been running, I thought he was going to scoop that one, but the 4 flush gets there. Earlier this month's Spring Poker Showdown champion, Robert Hyam. Another pot.
got 2 queens. 9-4-3.
Jeff Burris under the gun in the short stack. He's going to raise the 10-8 of spades. We'll see what Mr. Red Pencil Scott Mindreau thinks of the ace-10 of clubs here. And he moves all in.
8 Jack 6 2 spades. Deuce of spades on the
So Jeff, who just committed 15K, left himself with about 9.5 big blinds. He's going to have to commit the rest of them if he wants to call with the 10-8 of spades here.
Pre-flop all in table 1. Ace king.
So he is going to give it up.
2 aces for Larry.
And Scott Mindreau scoops that back to the drawing board for Jeff Burris.
9-10-5. King on the turn, he needs a king. 5 on the river. 2 aces for Larry. Good for Larry.
It wasn't heavy, by the way. It was a 3. Even if the other one would have been a 3, I would have that would have been real happy. At this point,
Jason Neff, pocket deuces under the gun. He's going to limp it. You know what they say, Patrick. Limpin' is pimpin'. And Neff is pimpin' out here with the deuces. Porter Elliott, sevens in the cutoff. Walking sticks, Patrick. Ducks versus walking sticks. We just saw a 7 hit the muck.
she knew. She didn't know.
All in pre-flop action. Ace 9, all his chips in the middle of
Jeff Burris is in there with the 10-8 of diamonds. He flops a gut shot straight flush draw. He's going to commit the rest of his short stack, 23,500. And it might just get through because 2 overs. Neff calls with deuces. Is that correct? Doesn't look like it. They pushed the button there. It looks like he folded the ducks.
Yeah,
he
he's already
didn't
got
need
his
a
big
fold,
blind
so
out
Jeff
for the
Burris
next hand.
just going to scoop that pot.
Frank goes all in. This is for Michael Williams tournament life. He's facing an all-in belt bet.
Adequately balanced.
And he calls. Pocket 7s is a set for Frank. Jack 9 is a straight draw and a flush draw. And a set of aces for Jeff Schweigel. Jack 9 needs an 8 or a club. Jack on the turn. And an ace on the river for quads for Jeff Schweigel. And he's going to knock out Michael Williams and triple up in the process.
Wow, huge pot on the outer tables. Set over set versus straight draw, flush draw. Jeff Schweigel makes quad aces. Mike Williams, flush draw, straight draw, does not come home. Set of 7s down the tubes as well, I believe, for Frank. Mike Will back to the registration counter. Still got time to get into Flight B. Still got time to become Montana State Poker Champion.
Yeah, I didn't tell him good job. Thumbs down, but tell him good job.
Mixed messages.
Mixed messages. That's what I'm about.
3 players to a flop. 10, 9, 6. Bottom pair for Scott. King, queen of clubs is 2 overs, a gut shot. Backdoor clubs for Jeff Burris. Jason Neff, he's got a gut shot with ace 7. He's going to bet 16K, though. Scott out of there with the bottom pair. Jeff on the short stack. Looks like he is shipping it all in, Patrick. And Neff in a tough spot. He bet 16K, but he's left with just ace high. Not exactly a strong draw with the gut shot. We can see he's got the best hand at the moment, but I'm sure he doesn't believe so. So Neff does fold. Nice play. Nice pot for Jeff Burris. Back to 95,000 in chips. His hopes and dreams still alive.
So under the gun, Paul Spiller finds himself another nice hand.
One man's nice is another man's troublesome, Patrick. King, queen under the gun. It is a mixed bag. We'll see what happens.
He's been active, so for him, pretty nice.
He has indeed. He makes it 8,000. Robert Hyam in the hijack. He's got the ace-jack offsuit. Three bet from Rob to 26K. So now back to Paul. Like I said, definitely can get you in some tricky situations. These early position hands like King, Queen, Ace, Jack, Ace 10. Scott Mandreau, he might be lost in thought, Patrick. Possibly stuck in the twilight zone. Yep, he just noticed
and he says,
it was on
"Oh,
him.
yep, is that my turn? Was there the bet? And I've got Jack high. I'm okay now."
So back to Paul with the King, Queen. I think he's going to let it go. He's got the look like, I shouldn't have done that.
Exactly.
Yep.
One of those situations where you look down at a hand and you forget you're under the gun.
Yeah. Does make it a lot more difficult to get a raise through. Nice play from Rob Hyam. The 3-bet gets the job done for the reigning Spring Poker Showdown champion.
And it looks like it's a Patriots coat, Keith. Is he a fellow fan?
It does look like Patriots colors. We did have the 107th pick in the draft I saw today. I don't know who we picked up. But they're going to learn the Patriot way, Patrick. On to the next one, hand 115. Don't have too many hands left for this group as we are on the last level of registration here, level 12. We'll take another 15-minute break, color off the 500s, and we'll do last call for Flight B, and we will bring in a new group of players. One last group to finish off Flight B. They're going to play levels 13, 14, and 15 to wrap up today.
Hand 116 action folds around to Rick. He's got pocket sevens. We've seen it a few times on this final table. Keith, he's moving all in.
He is indeed for his last 38,000.
And Paul with the Jack 10 lets it go. Porter at an ace-6 of spades. He was been limping in with hands with it like this, Keith, but not calling an all-in. Right play. He was behind.
Pre-flop, all in. Matthias with ace-7. He's ahead of king jack. Jack in the window and a 6-4. 5 on the turn. He's open-ended now.
Are you doing the level after break or
7, not enough. Pair of jacks.
I'll just come in after
So
break.
if you guys got any questions for the RPT's finest, leave it in the comment
let us
box
know in the
there.
comments, yeah. Let us know how we sound. We got Patrick's mic situation taken care of. We're having a ball here. Flight B. Montana State Poker Championship. Definitely one of the biggest events on our RPT season. North Dakota and Montana.
Rick all in. The very next hand, he found fours this time. And Paul with another decision. He's got ace-king this time, Keith.
Oh, my.
And he says, I want to see how much that is. That was called a PowerPoint, Keith. PowerPoint. PowerPoint.
PowerPoint, yes. That PowerPoint, he is looking to excel.
Can't put it into words how he feel.
So fours for Rick. Paul, ace, king. Let's see this flop spreadsheet here. Queen, 10, 8, 2 diamonds. Paul needs an ace, king, or a jack. Rick doesn't want to see any of that. 5 of spades.
Pre-flop, ace-queen. Ran into 2 kings.
And 7 of diamonds. Rick Burleson. Pocket fours, stand up tall. He's back to 106,000.
We're even our 2 all-ins now, right? No, the other
He's
one
feeling good. He's all smiles. He just drove in from Rapid City, South Dakota here for Flight B. And he wins a big flip against Paul Speiler there.
7 more minutes until we're done with this table. For a second, too, I got left.
Denomination yellow chips will be removed from play in about 7 minutes during this next break. So we'll come around each table and ask one player, please buy up the yellow 500 denomination chips.
Jason Neff finding the ace-7 of spades in his hands. He's going to raise it up to 9K.
Spades for Neff. Spades for Paul. He gets out of there with the 10-9. And spades for Porter. Wow. 8-5 of spades out of there. Ace, king for Rick, fresh off a double up.
Is he going to make it 3 straight hands all in, Keith? He's got a bigger stack size now, so I don't expect that. But we love to see turkeys around here.
We sure do, Patrick. Nothing like a good hat trick, huh, Patrick? He makes it 26K. Nothing like a back-to-back-to-back trick, hat trick, Patrick.
That's it.
Jason Neff makes the call for 17K more.
He flops 2 spades
King,
up against the
6
king-high
deuce.
board, Keith.
Nut
We've
flush
got
draw, but look at all those
action.
spades that we saw sail into the muck.
We did. That's
Wow, it goes check somehow. Couple of weed layers here, Patrick. 25K from Rick.
what he's down to
Neff
4
just
outs.
makes the call.
Wow. Is a 4-outer going to hit here, Keith?
I'm going to say no. 3 of diamonds. So Neff played it slow. I expected him to maybe put Rick to the test at some point during that hand. He was content to check back. He was content to just put 25K in on the turn. And Rick Burleson all of a sudden winning a nice pot. He's up to 159K.
He held tight, Keith. That's what can happen if you just stay patient in poker.
Indeed, Patrick.
Triple up, and now he's one of the top 3 stacks at the table.
So maybe 2 or 3 hands left here, and we will be taking a 15-minute break, coloring off the 500s, and we'll bring in our last feature table group of Flight B. And Tim and Jerry are going to color up the yellows, and they're going to have fun doing it.
It's a fun process.
Mr. Red Pencil drawing a line in the sand. He's all in. It's a pretty big all in, about 22 big blinds. Pretty much identical stack there, Jeff Burris. King Jack, he is dominated. Does he want to commit his tournament life?
Can't see a reason to here, Keith, but he's sweating it looks like.
He is going to think better of it. And Scott Mandreau is back up to 97,000.
There you go, Scott Mandreau.
We love having Scott. He comes down from Williston. He loves to play as much as he can. He's quite the character, Patrick.
So are we.
Indeed we are.
You're my new best friend. Give it from 28 to like 160. I don't even know what just happened. Oh god. I guess what happens when blinds get big though too. Craziness.
The knockouts are happening fast and furious out on the floor, Keith.
They sure are. As we approach the end of level 12, people are getting it in. Double up or re-enter. It's at that point. Prize pool is so big, you got to get that chip stack when you
That's
can.
what Jeff Burris does. Queen Jack of clubs puts Jason Neff to the test again.
Yeah, blind
in the
on
big
blind. This is a pretty sick spot.
This is a close one for Neff too.
Very close.
He's just lost multiple hands. Does he want to call it off with King High for basically all of his chips?
Yeah, he'd be left with about 4.5 bigs were he to call and lose.
This is such a hard spot. Yep.
Yeah.
He's going to let it go. He's saying, don't show me Jeff.
Yeah, if he had a little more, definitely if he won that last pot against Rick, I think he's more comfortable to make the call. But yeah, it's just too much of that chip stack to be up against any random ace there. All the little pocket pairs that Jeff could have. So once again, if you are in the Billings area and you couldn't make it for this flight, we've got a second chance tournament. Starts at noon tomorrow. It is a $200 buy-in. Come on down. That is open to anyone. We will crown the Montana State Poker Champion alongside the second chance tournament champion. That'll all happen Sunday evening. Live stream will be coming at you all day long. It's going to be one heck of a cap off to this epic weekend here. Jason Neff, Queen Jack makes it 12,000. Scott Mindro, ace 10 of clubs.
We just saw him rip it all in a few hands ago with this very hand.
We did indeed.
But he wasn't facing our ace, or was he? Actually, I think he did, and he ripped it. But this time he'll flat.
Yeah,
Keith.
he did. Jeff had opened the 10-8 of spades.
That's what
under
it
the
was.
gun, and
Yep.
he ripped the ace-10, yeah. He just flats this time. Jeff Burris just calls with the ace-5, and this will be the last hand. 9-8-7. Scott Mondreau's got 2 overs and an open-ender. Neff's got 2 overs and a gut shot. Jeff's got the wrong gut shot. And this might just do the trick for Scott.
I think it's gonna. He won't pause very long either. Gutter, 2 overs, that might not be good.
Yeah, these guys want to just head to break and nothing too silly. So Scott picks up a couple nice pots when he needs them. He's up to 121K. He's got 3 levels to go, looking to make that double bag bonus. Viewers, we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes with the last group of the evening.
We will see you soon.
Govern yourself.
All right, here we go, Patrick. We've got our next feature table lineup. Looks like a good one here. Casey Carter from Wyoming coming in as the chip leader, 341,000. Troy Kicker, Mike Martinez, Max Danilov, Austin Walter, Kara Tripp, Cole McFarland, and Myung Crooms. Gonna round out this group. Pretty entertaining group. Some really solid players out there for sure. Max already bagged up a stack for Flight A. He's looking for another one. Some tough players at this table. Kara Tripp, Mike Martinez. Very solid. Cole McFarland double bagged last month for the Spring Poker Showdown. In the 9 seat there, Austin Walter.
See the cuts. I can see the cuts. When you have a drink, I can't see my through your glasses, man. I could see the cards. When you see it, I would see it. Let me pay attention if I could see it. Good. Yeah. Then that means you guys are working. I'm gonna pay attention to that. You get down on that ankle.
The 500.
Right here? Yeah. Oh, okay. 9
Yeah. Is there a way the guy next to him like accidentally scooped one over or something? Oh wow. So 4 players here, back to the action. King 10 of hearts for Casey.
Pocket sixes for Max. After initial raise to 20K by Mike Martinez with ace-6 of spades, Myung Crooms makes a call with king 4 of spades. She's probably looking for some spades. Little does she know, Keith, and only we do, that she doesn't have spades there, and it's a king-high
She's looking for a
board.
king, but unfortunately, she's in trouble versus the king 10 of Casey Carter. This could be the end of Myung Crooms. There are some chop opportunities.
And Myung has moved all in. Casey made the call. 6 on the turn. 10 on the river. King 10, Casey Carter is going to knock out Myung Crooms.
Pocket 6 is folded pre-flop, Patrick. I just remembered that too. 6 on the turn. Nasty. Casey Carter, 400K and change.
Thanks for coming, Myung. She's fun to have around, Keith.
She is indeed. I hope we see her tomorrow for the Second Chance tournament. So Casey Carter, he is fresh off a final table last month at the Spring Poker Showdown, Patrick. I don't know if you remember, but the final table he was knocked down to like 1 big blind.
I do remember
won
that.
Like 3 all-ins in a row, and all of a sudden he's back in it. And he's got a lot of chips right now.
Yes, so we expect a lot of action out of Casey. When he's got chips, he's playing pots. Hand 100 and Michael Jordan.
1, 2, 3.
Austin Walter says, King 10 of spades, good enough for me. I'm all in. Casey Carter with King Queen on the button, Keith.
He has the chips.
421,000. Wow, nice stack.
Does he want to try to bust Austin here? He's got the blinds to worry about as well.
He's going to have a tough time letting this one go, Keith. I told you he likes to play pots.
He is going to fold. Max folds. Cole in the big blind. No, thank you. So Austin going to pick up 13K there. And we are on to the next one. Carrot Trip under the gun +1. Ace 3 of spades. She's all in for her last 75K.
Uh-oh, Keith.
Casey Carter, another decision hand here. Ace 7 of diamonds.
He's not going to keep folding hands, Keith.
It is 15 big blinds is the jam from Carrot Trip.
And Casey makes the call, Keith.
He does make the call. Max folds, Queen 10.
Cole McFarland!
Oh, kings for Cole.
I saw him peeking out the corner of his
Old
eyes. That's
King
what was
Cole,
going on.
we
He
call
peeked
him,
down
Patrick.
at Cowboys.
Nat King Cole.
He's looking to triple up, get back into this Flight B of the state championship.
Is it too good to be true, Patrick? Will they find an ace on this board?
Or
to spoil the
diamonds,
day
or
for Cole
spades.
McFarland? 10, 10, 6. 1 diamond, 1 spade.
They each got backdoor hopes. Let's see what happens on the turn.
8 of clubs.
They need an ace now, Keith.
Casey can make a straight with a 9. 2
Ace
of
on
hearts.
the river! Cole
Disgusting.
is disgusted. Ugh. Every poker player's nightmare with kings.
And that's aces and 10s with an 8 kicker. So Kara Tripp sticking around as well. She makes the chop.
She gets there. Wow.
Everybody is smiling but Cole McFarland on that hand. Wow.
He's going to be running to a McFarland away from here tonight.
He sure is, Patrick. Yeah, David Day said, now we can hear Patrick breathing. After they said they could hear you at all.
Perfect.
Yeah, good balance. So here we are, folks. Level 13, 355. We've got 15 levels to play through tonight. 1:30 a.m. or so, we will wrap it up for Flight B. They're still counting some money out there, a lot of money to be counted. This was a record-breaking turnout. We will find out exactly what the prize pool looks like here before this night is finished. Jerry will get those numbers crunched, make that prize pool official.
Have you guys ever done this before? So your 2 cards just in the box, like that. They can be side by side, they can be on top of each other, but just inside that box. 2 or 3 seconds, and then you can do whatever you want with them. One fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 and I'll raise, 15.
Darren Alderman joining this feature table, as is Baxter Denham, doing a little balancing. Must have just broken another table. Troy Kicker there in the small blind. He folds. And he's got a Sacramento Kings hoodie on, it looks like, Patrick. I think that's the, must be a not so commonly known logo. It's got
I think
the Kings
that's one of
colors.
their alternate logos,
Is it?
and he probably hasn't worn a Kings jersey since the Chris Webber days, so welcome back to fandom.
He could be a diehard, you don't know.
Never know.
But I'm hoping they do not light the beam tomorrow night, Patrick.
We'll go find you a regular deck.
Paul and Andreas, he's out front of ace 8 of
Steph Curry and your Warriors.
We are in the danger zone.
Mike Martinez, slow down.
He can't drive 55, Patrick. And he's been sipping Coors Light tonight. I hope he's not driving at all.
55 calories and rising.
One of the 5s heading into the muck there for Casey Carter. Excuse me, Casey Carter. He might be playing this ace-5 of clubs.
He's eyeing him up. Actually, no, they're not eyeing each other up at all. They're wearing sunglasses.
Just looking at each other's reflections, Patrick.
Darren Alderman back-to-back premium hands. Ace-king this time. Let's see if he's looking to 3-bet. And yes, he is. 65,000 is the
A
bet.
healthy 3-bet from Darren.
Mike Martinez is going to just rip it all in.
He is all in with the 2 5s.
Only 80K left. Call from Darren. Mike Martinez, pocket 5s. Tournament life at risk.
Ace, Jack,
9. He's going to need a 1-outer as we know it, Keith. The 5 of clubs was folded.
Deuce of diamonds. Can he find the 5 of spades? He cannot. So that'll do it for our boy Mike Martinez. He will not be your Montana State poker champion.
But you can get one of the best, if not the best burger in Billings at his restaurant, Moolah Burgers.
He may have bagged last night. Let me check here.
He might have. So head on over there. It is delicious, trust me.
Oh, yeah. Moolah Burgers in Billings. Cannot go wrong. No, that will do it. Yeah, he did not bag in Flight A. So Mike Martinez, he might win the second chance tournament tomorrow, though. So his weekend is not over yet.
I sure hope he brings us a couple burgers on the way.
Troy Kicker folds to him in the cutoff. He raises with the King 10.
Looks like Casey's got the 8-4 diamonds. And he might have just taken his hat off for the first time today, Keith.
His hair is looking a little hatty.
There we go. That's definitely a whole lot more percentage than mine.
All in pre-flop.
I just needed 3 more cards to make my
We
team
know the
better.
short stack for Larry. 9, 3, 6.
5, 6, 7 diamonds.
6, safeguard. Queen.
3,000, please.
Oh, yeah.
Shorty's gonna double up.
What's that? Yeah, they're shooting.
Right, they have to be on top.
But, so you do 8-4 for 10,000 more?
3-way all in here.
8-4 suited.
The player with the most front chips has ace 10. He's up against ace 8 and 2 queens. 4, 6, 7. An 8 needs a 5. King on the turn. 7 on the river. 2 queens.
Baxter Denham, King Queen, raises it up to 12,000. Troy Kicker in the hijack, 6-5 of hearts. He wants to play. Austin Walter on the short stack, Jack 10 of diamonds.
He sees chips in front of him.
He's going to think better of that one. Max on the short stack with 6-4. He's looking for his second bag if he can find one tonight. So the strategy is either one or the other. Tighten up towards the end of the night to hang on, or loosen up and try to go for a bigger stack. He's going to see a flop with the 6-4. He's going to flop bottom pair. We see that he's basically chopping with Troy. Unless somehow it comes small card deuce 3. Baxter left with king high. Looks like checking to the turn. It is a 5-2 pair for Troy. Max has a pair and an open-ender. Is he feeling froggy? He is indeed. So Baxter going to get out of there with king high for sure. And Troy probably going to snap him off with 2 pair. He does indeed. Max needs a 3 or an 8 or he is wham-boozled. 9 of clubs, not going to do it. 2 pair for Troy. That'll send Max to the rail, but don't fear, Max Danilov fans. He got himself a bag in Flight A. He will be playing Championship Sunday, starting with $338,000 tomorrow at 11 a.m. Good luck to you, Max. Austin Walter in the hijack with the 10-4 offsuit. Going for the little steely wheelie. Trying to take the blinds and antes. Looks like it's going to work. Good timing for him on the 10-4.
Little buddy.
Little buddy.
Oh, you need to cut your chips there.
He'll come into C6. Okay, so we've got a player coming into C6.
You're the big time.
What's his name?
It looks like we got a new player coming to the table, Bernard.
I wonder who it could be. I'm going to go with Randy the Poet Eklund. That looked like his frame in the background to me. Confirmed. I know that walk, Patrick.
We've got a dead button in 4. C5 is the small. Our new player in C6 will be the big.
It is indeed Randy Eklund. Welcome back. His second time at the feature table here today.
Well, you're playing 10, so you still got your way. I know.
Looks like he's bringing over close to 200,000.
Well, I mean, we're not going to fault you. We still let you come in. I'm always this chipper.
Kara Tripp in the hijack finds King Queen. She puts her last 92K in the middle. Looking to get it through here. Oh, Randy, welcome to the table, Ace King.
Oh my goodness, he's
says,
covering his eyes. He doesn't like it.
Dear,
he does not like it.
I gotta lose half my stack, he's thinking. No, little does he know he's in a dominant position. And Kara would be on the hook. And he folds.
Oh my goodness, Kara Tripp living the good life. I think Randy has had some very bad experiences with the Ace King in his lifetime, Patrick. Possibly, maybe just one of those superstitious things where you never play the first hand at your new table. I don't know what went through his mind. He does. I don't think he has a bag. Let me check Flight A numbers again.
Kara doing the exact right thing in this spot, Keith. Showing him the king queen. Well, let's see if it really sends him on tilt. Welcome to the feature table, Randy. Casey Carter looking down at ace 7 of hearts in the cutoff. Raise it up, 20,000. Couple of ducks for Darren. Says that's just enough for me to see a flop looking to set mine. About the only thing you can do with deuces.
Randy Eklund did bag 160K yesterday. So I guess it does make sense. He is coming to this table with about an hour and change left of the night. Does not want to risk any unnecessary chips if he's trying to get that buyback bonus. I see both sides of it. Call to go for a bigger stack, fold to secure your stack.
So Jesse seeds the betting there, and Darren correctly pounces on the weakness with the ducks. Floats a little pot over his way. Casey Carter keeps finding opening hands. This time he's just going to limp in, Keith.
He is indeed in the hijack. Randy with his least favorite hand again, the ace-king. Now, if he open-folded it for 5K, Patrick, I would have to alert the authorities. He's going to raise the button to 30,000. So Casey, who limped in, he can close the action here if he wants to call 30K. He will be out of position with a hand that is often dominated.
All in the scenario, pocket fours is in for his term in life. Ace queen. Queen 3-8. He's in a rough shape here. 5 on the turn. Deuce on the river.
Wow, Casey does make the call and he flops 2 pair, Patrick.
Oh my goodness, Randy Eklund just says he's all in and Casey has to call.
Oh my goodness.
Unless he's weary of the spades, he's in a spot.
He does call 2 pair.
Randy. Oh my
Randy
goodness,
needs
Randy
a king.
beside himself.
He needs a queen to counterfeit. Any other card that comes, he's going to pick up more outs too. A 3. Here it comes, river card.
Nightmare or savior? It is a nightmare.
It is a nightmare indeed. He throws his hands up in disgust.
And he's out, Keith.
He is gone.
Casey Carter adding to his over 400.
As you can see, read
stack.
his lips. He says, that's why I don't play ace-king, he says.
Wow, 630K for Casey Carter. Randy Eklund wishing he had never sat down at this table.
He looked at about 3 or 4 hands, and 2 of them were ace-king, and that's all she wrote. My goodness.
We got lots of open seats over here.
I already had 6. So I got 1, 3, 4. Yeah, 4.
Yeah, he was a real nice guy.
So quite the turn of events in 3 hands.
I said it last month at the final table, Patrick. Nobody balls harder than Casey Carter. And he has got a monster stack going here.
Wouldn't it just be something to see him raise that 7 deuce up?
It would be something, but not going to happen. There's Jaden.
That's all they ever say at home. Don't lose suited, that's why I call it. Well, it's still bullshit. So get your stupid hand instead of.
Looks like a couple of limps here. Kara with the ace-8 under the gun. Darren, queen-9, calls from the cutoff. And Austin, is he going to make the squeeze? He is all in from the big blind. Puts Kara in a tricky spot. She folds. Another good play from Austin Walter. Working that short stack very well.
How do you spell your first name? A-L-Y.
How's it going?
A-L-Y.
Yes, sir. Need help with this one?
Well, I gotta go get one and set it on top of there,
Oh, okay.
cause I can't get up off it.
118.
You need help?
100. And then we've got a player coming in.
Casey Carter.
What's your name?
He's preventing players from doubling up, so he's going to go ahead and double up his chair, it looks like.
Marlin,
Marlon, M-A-R-L-O-N.
Oh, that's because Marlon Thompson is on his way.
Oh, he's a...
Two-chair Marlon P. Thompson.
Makes sense to me. This guy has to have 2 chairs.
Can't see otherwise.
Well, welcome to the table, Marlon.
Little does he know he's going to be out of the eye line of the camera, too. Not with our world-class team behind the scenes. There he is.
Marlon.
All right, have you guys done this before? Cards inside the box, they can be on top of each other or side by side.
Come on, Neff.
Queen 9-4, so far so good.
Just for a couple
King on the turn,
seconds.
you do an ace, 10, or a jack.
Just like on TV.
9,
Five
saved
to
card,
call.
2 5s. Good for a double.
No headphones at the table, no phones at the table, drinks under the table.
And here he is, Marlon Thompson, under the gun, limping the ace-6 of diamonds. Alyssa Henniger making her way back to the feature table. Welcome back. Austin Walter, the squeeze specialist, not this time. And Kara has a very squeezable king-queen in the big blind. Let's see how she wants to play. She's going to check. Marlon, who limps in, checks the option that he didn't have.
So is that a check in the dark?
And we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. 10, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Marlon out in front with ace high.
9 bets, 5,000. 1 fold, 2 fold.
And Austin, with the 3rd best hand, makes it work. And he has had really good timing so far on this feature table.
Blinds are on this end, you guys? Five and five. I know. The other way was not through the jungle of chords. Yep, she tried. I looked. I did it, and then I made a mistake, and I could not turn back. 5 fold.
The blinds will be increased on the next hand. 3,000, 6,000.
And here we are starting level 14. 1 hour remaining in Flight B. 1 hour remaining for our live stream tonight. We'll get these guys bagged and tagged. And play will resume at 11 a.m. on Sunday. Once again, $200 second chance tournament starting at noon as well. Alyssa Henniger, ace 10. She's got the double gutter looking for a 9 or a king. Marlon, he's got 5 high. He's looking for the exit. And I'm going to take it, Patrick, that Darren plays poker and chess. He's got a king on his forearm with a spade underneath it, and the king chess piece there. Above
King's crown.
King's crown.
He's also a Carolina Panthers fan. Adamantly against the Bryce Young pick.
Is he?
Said he would have rather had C.J. Stroud.
Interesting.
We're all allowed to be fans every now and again, but 95% of analysts went the other way on that one, Darren. I'm sorry. Also in the sports world tonight, Keith, the Toronto Maple Leafs actually won a series in the playoffs.
For the first time in a long time?
In a long time. But good for them. They
Who'd
got a
they
nice
beat?
team. They beat two-time Stanley Cup champion Tampa Bay Lightning.
Oh, wow.
Who just went to the Cup again last year. So a heck of a run for them, man. They're going to take the summer off, though.
Sure.
Baxter Denham with 7s.
Alyssa with 6s.
And Casey Carter.
Ace King in the big blind.
What will he do? He just said, I hate this hand. That's why I don't play this. Or was that Randy?
That was Randy, who is departed. Dearly departed.
So Casey says 46K.
Yeah, nice sizing. That's going to get the job done here unless Baxter is feeling a little sticky with the 7s. He would have position post-flop. Not a bad price for him. He's got a lot of chips. But he's going to think better of it. Aggression pays for Casey Carter there. Have you ever heard the expression, Patrick, he's got his head in the clouds?
I have.
I used to think it was kind of like because you're daydreaming.
Okay.
But I know now that it's because sitting on 2 chairs, you are way up there with your head in the clouds. Marlon Thompson.
I'm guessing he'd like that rather than a stairway to heaven, so.
Marlon Thompson, Queen 9 on the button. He's limping it. Darren is giving him the look like he wants to put them all in. He does put the stack of blues out there, and Marlon cannot make the call. Pot over to Darren Alderman. I believe coming off a 12th place finish. Very well could have been the chip leader heading into the final table last month, Patrick. He got it in. Aces versus Ace King versus Queen Queen. Queen on the turn for Ernie Plutt.
Action folding around to 2-chair Marlon Thompson. He decides he's going to limp in again, back-to-back hands with Queen 9. Darren in the small blind will complete. Alyssa checks her option. Who's going to get lucky this time, Keith?
I think everybody's going to get a little lucky here and again.
Wow, a piece.
2-chair Thompson, middle pair of 9s, the best hand. Open-ended now for Alyssa. We'll see if she wants to put some chips out there. We're checking to the river. Deuce of spades. Marlon, 2-chair Thompson. He's going to show down that queen nine, and he is going to take that pot.
Ooh, yeah. That's a good photo, though. Marlon Thompson, 3 straight hands, Keith. He'll limp in. His best hand yet, ace-6 of spades.
Folds.
And
to
oh my,
Baxter. He's got the RPT stones, 10-7.
And he raises to 86,000.
He's going to put Marlon in. Marlon sails for the muck. And Baxter, we see here, and they can see at home, you, sir, are a hero. That's how you play 10-7.
Balance your array.
Okay, guys, this is last call for cocktails in here. The bar across is open till 1:45. But if you guys want any cocktails right now, it's last call.
Team and I want to come into the last level. Or we can come in sooner if you guys want. But the last level is 20 minutes.
Oh, sure. Can't wait to bag up all the bags.
What's that?
Can't wait to bag all the bags up.
Sounds good.
Casey Carter in the hijack, ace queen of diamonds after Marlon Thompson, Patrick, believe it or not, limps in for a 4th straight hand. Casey, big time all in, 658K.
Huge cooler here, full house, pocket 4s. He's got to fade a 7 or an 8 or a 3 on the river. It's an ace. Pocket 4s, he flops a boat to bust Robert Payton. Wow.
I know.
Yeah. Alyssa in the cutoff, ace-jack, raised to 15,000. Baxter calls with ace-10 on the button. Nine, 4, 5. No help to either player. Alyssa checks. And Baxter checks. 9 of spades on the turn. And check here. River card, 4 of hearts. And that's a chop pot. 2 pair on the board with ace kicker. And bet and call. And they will chop it up.
Did you see Montana like that?
Yeah, Rick Burleson.
Is that him?
He's been on the stream, yeah. I thought that.
That's funny.
How much time's left in the level? Okay, see you later.
Oh, wow. 2 kings for Austin Walter after 3 limps. What's the price he's going to make him pay here? Looks like... Looks like $88K. Gonna get the job done.
So here we are, hand 143, and Darren Alderman is folding 10-7. Baxter Denham in the hijack finds an ace jack. Good to open it up to 15,000. Troy Kicker with the queen jack off. In position, makes the call. Kara Tripp, short stack at the table, ace high, 3 kicker. Rightly lets it go. So heads up to this flop. King 9 deuce. So anybody that takes a stab at this is probably going to win it. Baxter with the continuation bet. Will he get Troy to lay down a gut shot straight draw? Yes, it will. Next stand.
Well, guys, this will be the last hand for the Lang & Lodge connection. Patrick and I are going to head out to the floor to finish this tournament. And Tim and Jerry will come in and they will close out the commentary for the evening with you guys. It's been a pleasure. Let's see what this last hand will bring.
I've really enjoyed another experience in a tight closet with you, Keith.
Same.
So as we exit, Jerry will be entering the booth with updated numbers from the floor.
He will indeed.
We'll be back with those numbers soon.
And we'll be back tomorrow to soothe you guys through some more feature table poker. All the way up to that final table tomorrow evening. Kings for Darren. 9-5, the working man's hand for Casey Carter.
Makes the call. He flops a pair.
Yeah, King's way out in front, but Casey got a piece.
Looks like he's going to do the D lead out.
He does lead out for 12K. Darren makes the call. 8 on the turn. He's going to check now, and Darren going to bet
15,000. River a deuce.
No help to Casey, but now a 6 or an ace. Very concerning for Darren. So happy to just check back those kings. And he'll win that pot. So that'll do it, folks.
Pocket Kings, our last hand. Thanks for having us.
We'll get Tim and Jerry in here shortly. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow.
Surprise, surprise, Patrick is back. Jerry and the boys are a little busy. I'm going to call a couple more hands for you. Troy Kicker looking down at a premium ace, queen of clubs. Raise it up, 15K. Multiple folds all the way around to Casey Carter. 7-5 of hearts. She's got a big stack. On the button. Very peelable hand. Elects otherwise. To the blinds. Pocket nines for Darren. He's certainly calling here. King deuce for Alyssa wasn't priced in just enough. To the felt we go. Ace, queen, 10, top 2 for Troy Kicker. Darren hates to see that flop with nines. Fully aware that it smashes Troy's opening range. I expect a C-bet will be good, and he shows him the nines. So good pot. Over the way of Troy Kicker. So a little less than 10 minutes left in level 14. We're playing through 15 levels. If these guys have chips, they will come back to championship day tomorrow at 11 a.m. Blinds will be 5,000, 10,000. And one of them is going to walk away with a heap of money. Over 30,000. Darren Alderman finding an ace. Queen of spades on the button. Baxter with an ace himself in the big blind. What is he going to do here? Is he going to defend? Is he going to try and 3-bet, see where he's at? Defense is the best play to win a championship, he says. Hoping not to see an ace. He's pipped at the moment. Jack, Jack, 6. 2 clubs, neither has one. Checked back around to Darren on the button. He'll fire another bet. 12,000. Just cheap enough for Baxter to peel one. 8 of diamonds on the turn. He'll check one more time. Darren follows. 8 of hearts on the river. So jacks and 8s ace high. They're going to chop this up if they allow it. And it looks like that is the case. Kara Tripp looks down at Big Slick Ace King. All of her chips are in the pot. 72,000. Let's see if anybody has a hand that can call. She would welcome a call this time. Doesn't look like she's going to get it. But that's all right. Kara Tripp stealing the blinds. At this stage of the flight, vital. But she would prefer a clean double up.
It's all payback for last night. How long will Carty? I got to be a mile ahead, and they need one card to beat me, and they get that one card. Last night, Diddy Bag, okay. I busted.
Marlon Thompson, pocket nines. Limps in. Casey Carter with the ace-6 will follow. Allowing Darren Alderman to make the call. Troy Kicker in the small blind, suited cards. He'll make the call. Queen Jack of diamonds for Austin, the squeeze specialist. And he does move all in, 132K. I was just about to say this is the move. And Marlon Thompson, limp calls off 45K. He's got the best hand. Decided he's going to limp in and call off here with the pocket nines. Austin Walter's been squeezing multiple hands. Finally gets a caller. So 2 the felt. We go for Marlins tournament life. Can he dodge a queen, jack, or a diamonds as it stands? King 8-8. So far, so good. 8 on the turn. Just needs to dodge a queen or jack. A king would chop this. Queen on the river. Marlon Thompson, 2-chair Thompson, standing up. Nines could not hold after the limp. Austin Walter with the pot. Another squeeze. This time gets a collar, and it works out in his favor. So that's it for me, guys. I'm taking off. We got special guest Penn Swindell coming in to commentate with Tim and Jerry. That's it for me, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Patrick. Well done. We have plenty more action tomorrow, where that came from. This is Tim Warren coming in hot for the last... We got about a level and a half left of Day 1B here at the Montana State Poker Championship, the Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Billings, Montana. Welcome, Penn.
How's it going? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's good to have you in here. It'd be nicer if you were in the action, of course, but...
That's a true story.
But we got you here. I'm glad to have you in here, and you can kind of do some commentary along with me and talk us through some hands and some thoughts of the players maybe, and just poker in general.
Yeah, I'm happy to see my girl still in it.
Right, Kara Tripp here. Seat 1. So where did you guys travel from to come here to Billings?
We just drove over from Bozeman. Actually, just flew into Bozeman last night. We were in Scottsdale, Arizona for the last 4 days, playing some tournaments down there.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Kind of a country traveler. You go around to a lot of places and play poker. And
we try to get around, yeah.
Yeah, it's always nice to see you when we come out here out west to Montana. You haven't missed too many of these events.
I try to get as many as I can.
Yeah.
When are you guys coming over to Bozeman?
That's a good question. That one's actually a little bit up in the air. We came to Missoula.
Sure, yeah.
Once, and that was kind of a long trip for us.
That's a trek.
Yeah, for sure. So there's nothing really set. We have our options open, and we'll see in the future. Maybe we'll get over there.
Yeah.
We are spreading into Montana more and more every year, it seems. So
I love it.
Yeah, it's a great player pool, and the laws are a little more friendly for the higher stakes. So
sure.
Get some bigger prize pools going, and
Kara dodged a bullet earlier. Did you see that?
I don't think I did.
She jammed king queen suited, and I'm not familiar with the man's name, but he woke up with ace king in the big blind and ended up folding. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to dodge a bullet. Usually you're just going to hit your 3-outer or whatever, but she got him to fold with her tight image, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. Queen was coming for sure.
Yeah. She wanted the action.
Yeah, it's a drawing hand.
There's definitely something to say for being a woman playing poker who knows what she's doing. She has an advantage on guys because either they think that she's stronger than she is, or that they think they don't want to get pushed over by a woman, so they're going to call light otherwise.
Yeah, she had a pretty good score down in Arizona. She chopped a tournament, $200 tournament 3 ways. She got like $23.50 the other day,
Sweet.
5 days ago or so.
Yeah, that's a nice little payday for 1 day, probably a turbo something.
Oh yeah.
Get the confidence rolling.
Let's see here.
What do we got going on here?
Big blind out flops everybody, it seems. Casey's still got a gut shot. Austin Walker still has an over.
Interesting that he would check his top pair and induce a bluff here. Not a bad idea.
Ooh,
But the ace
brutal.
hits on the turn, the 3-out card. And now he's in no man's land with his 9-5.
Yeah, he's still got a gutter though.
Oh yeah, deuce
Yeah,
would do
he
it.
picked up a gutter.
Picked up a gutter for the wheel. See how Austin proceeds here. He was bluffing the flop, and now he hits the turn. Obviously, I think he should go for value, but he checks back. Oh, that's deceptive. See if it'll get him another bet here on the river. Darren checks it. $98 in the pot. He's got to do at least 40-ish. Makes sense to me.
Sure.
See what he decides. 35,000.
It's tough, man. It's a really good price.
For sure. He's keeping it cheap, keeping it interesting for Darren here.
5, 6
And he-
bricks.
and he goes,
6,
and he has to
7
look him up.
bricks.
And he
Yeah.
does. Great value bet on the end for Austin after he gets pretty lucky on the turn.
Flop comes queen 7-3. Kevin flops a queen, king still out in front. 8 of diamonds on the turn. 7 on the river. Chris and King at 7. Good for the main pot and side pot going over to Kevin.
So we had a pretty good turnout yesterday from Flight A, 134-ish, I think, right around there, 138 maybe, a little under on 140. It was a good day, and then today brought in 174.
I was about
I
to
think
say
it was.
170 something. Yeah, it's juicy.
So actually today was, I think, our biggest flight we've ever done in this format of this Montana State Poker Championship $470 tournament. So this will be the largest prize pool for this event. We've ran this 7 years. So thank you very much to all the people who have come out. We appreciate all the players that have come out.
Stuff it, Kara.
Oh shit.
Stuff it.
And she does indeed.
Yeah.
She's got a good coach.
That's my girl.
Put the pressure back on Austin here. They can't fold if you don't bet over the top of them. It might be a call anyway, and then they're just chopping like 95% of the time, but looks like that's what's going to be. Unless some crazy flush action happens here, but...
She's been having a brutal run with Ace King, and I'm like, you got to believe in it. You just got to believe in it. Just keep on plugging away with it. You have to put it in when you're under short.
Yeah, you can't.
Nice. She's putting Ace 10 in now, so that's awesome.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, you can't be timid out there in poker. You get picked apart. We do see a lot of unknown players when we come out here to Montana. Our North Dakota player base, we've got a lot of players out there. We know quite a bit about quite a lot of players, and there's plenty of unknowns out here in Montana for sure.
Troy's one of my regulars. For anybody that out there that doesn't know me, I'm a dealer back in Bozeman, and I deal to him quite regularly.
And these are cash games.
Cash games, yeah. Yeah, he likes to play down at the Zebra. It's a little bit smaller game than the Cat's Paw.
Cash game laws in Montana are a little different than a lot of places where they have a capped pot clause. $800 per pot is the maximum, so it does change the strategy and the size of the game quite a bit.
Yeah, all in, you get 3 callers, 200 apiece, straight to the river. It's definitely different. What position is she at? +1? Is that the position right there?
Yeah, yep. Under the gun +1. And I think we're like 7-handed probably.
Did she just limp?
No, it looks like a min click.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
something like that. Yep, she min clicked.
She's got some blockers. It's better than a limp.
Yeah, she's got an awkward stack size here with her 66K.
Yeah.
And she does get Casey Carter to fold a decent Broadway hand, King Queen. See if anyone else wants to tangle here.
It looks pretty nutted, like when you raise off of that stack size. Like, let's be real.
It does. It looks
like,
stronger than that.
Yeah. Sure. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna work.
Get it through.
She did have the best hand. And
yeah, it's a true story.
A lot of times with a stack like that, it's a lot better to just take it down than have to
see a flop.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Contend later on. I think we got about right around 50 players left out of this flight, which, like I said, was about 174. So we're going to play down through 15 levels, and we're getting to the end of the 14th level right now. Or we might be in the very beginning of the 15th level? I'm not sure. We'll get to the bottom of that. Winding down our day, though. Right around a half hour of play left for these players, just trying to hang on, make it through the end of the night, and bag up their chips for Championship Sunday. Which we'll get going tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. I believe there are a few players left in the field this evening who have bagged a stack already. And if you do double bag this tournament, your smaller stack will disappear, and that stack will actually cash you a min cash, which will probably be around the $700 and some range. So you can double cash this tournament if you bag twice. We're in the last level.
Yeah. Slide over here too.
8 minutes and then 7 hands. But we're on the delay.
No, you're live.
Oh, I see.
You're live.
We're live, but we're delayed.
Yeah. You're live. You're doing live hands out here. That's why we can't. That's why you can't be like, oh, he's got.
Cool. Good.
Definitely way worse.
Just walk out there.
No, you're good. I probably would.
You don't even sell these. Alyssa waking up with a pretty good hand here in the hijack. She's a dealer here in Billings. She's played a lot of our tournaments. She's a strong player. Obviously under 10 big blinds, and you're just gonna... You got one move here, and it's gonna get through.
Kara giving up free information.
You didn't teach her that part.
Now he needs to fade an ace, a 3, an 8, or a heart. 8 of clubs running straight for Jeff Weigel to plus.
So, Penn, you've got some pretty good success just overall in poker. How many RPT titles do you have under your belt?
We could say 3.5.
3.5.
We could say 3.5.
Are we gonna chop out of one of them anyway?
Yeah, we chopped it. We chopped it. Yeah. We went in all in blind and
Dave Alette, you were against? I remember that one.
no.
In Beulah. But I can't remember.
Yeah, not Beulah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. That was stayed up all night long playing cash. Had a real successful night. Max late regged. Ended up heads up with Dave, and
you guys exchanged the chip lead over and over in my memory.
Craig over in Missoula, the second chance tournament.
Oh yeah, okay. You took second. Was there some sort of chop in that?
Yeah, we chopped it 50-50. Yeah.
With Craig Smith.
Yeah, we chopped it 50-50. Yeah. And he took. Yeah, he's right here on the
there
poster.
He is, yep.
Yeah, he's a
on
pretty
the
rad
poster.
dude.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. Here we go. Kara's got ace-5 suited. I love this hand.
Looks like it's just blind on blind, huh?
Yeah,
Fold it around to her.
It's all of it situation for sure. Don't click it.
I feel like she doesn't want to, but she knows she should.
Yeah.
And she
Bam.
does. She makes the right decision.
There it is.
Whether or not he has her beat and calls off, whatever, she's making the right choice, in my opinion. Although she's facing her.
Oh, she's facing a raise. I thought King 6 was in the big blind.
I did too.
Casey Carter. I final tabled this last month with him actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a quarter of a big blind when I had like 30, and he laddered over me.
Yeah, he somehow went on a crazy run with like one big, probably 8 hands in a row to get himself back into the mix, which is pretty wild. We see that every now and again for sure. Poker's crazy like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, he's a pretty solid player too. I've seen it though. It's Troy getting a little out of line with the King 6. I mean, I'd be doing the same thing in the cutoff. It's a good hand in the cutoff, but looks like Kara's gonna take this one down. Yeah, free information once again. Love you to death, baby, but I'm gonna have to strangle you later.
Although it's interesting.
She looked good while she did it, though. That's a true story.
She's trying to send out a message. Don't mess with me. I'll pump it all in with ace-5 on you.
Yeah.
Just trying to get through the night here. Let's try to bag up chips.
That's a true story.
Quit messing around.
He needs the 1 outer 3 here. Ace of hearts on the turn.
That's funny.
Queen of clubs, set over set. Frank Lucero, very much alive in his quest to go back-to-back Montana State Poker Champion.
Alyssa moving it all in with pocket 8s. 11 big blinds. Let's see if she gets it through. Troy folds King Queen.
Not looking to gamble late night here. King Queen is dominated by a lot of hands. So
that's a true story. Yep. Sure.
Pretty easy to say. Oh, you should flip when you see her cards, but
looks like she's gonna get it through.
Yeah. She's pretty good with her timing on a short stack. I've seen her grind out a shorty all the way to final table a few times. At this point, everyone's concerned to just hold on tight and make it to the end of the night here. Yeah, look at Baxter Denham there under the gun. He's a solid player. He plays a lot of the tournaments we come to. He's a Billings local, young gun. Yeah. Made a couple final tables. He's just a crusher for sure. As he raises under the gun with 2 4s. Looks like no one else has much to look at here. Darren's going to defend his small blind. Queen 9, and Alyssa's got suited Broadway cards, so...
Okay, we got a multi-way pot here.
Baxter out front looking to dodge every overcard in the deck.
There it is.
Not going to be able to do it on this one. Darren does pick up a gutter ball. He needs a jack. Let's see if anyone is going to stab at it.
Like his King of Spades tattooed right there.
She's got it in her hand, and Alyssa knows what to do with her short stack after flopping top pair with a good kicker. She's not going to get any action. Great move. Move along.
Once again, dealers, finish the current hand you are on and hold up.
Baxter posturing a little bit.
And they hear the tournament director say, finish the hand you're on and hold up. We are down to our final 7 hands, I believe, of the night. We're gonna play just 7 hands on each table independently at the end of the night to prevent from any stalling that could occur. And once we get through 7 hands here, their night will be done. So a couple dynamics can happen in this part of the tournament. Medium to large stacks tend to not want to get too involved. They want to just bag up and be satisfied with what they have. And then you have people on the mid to small stack sizes that need to double or go home. And sometimes it's a reckless way to think about it.
It's a true story. Nobody wants to bag 8 big blinds and then come back and just bust.
Yeah.
Have to pay for their hotel room
Yep.
and then bust and go home. Very, very few first few hands the next time.
For sure. Even though theoretically speaking, it's all one tournament, it's all one thing all together. It doesn't have a break in the tournament, even though it does. But you have a break in your life, and your expenses come into play, and the time away from family or whatnot. I got a lot of shit I got to do tomorrow. So the psychology comes into play as the time makes a difference in your life. So players will play a little bit differently than they would if it was just one tournament straight through.
Day 2 bubble.
Day 2 bubble is real.
So they're stopping at 12.5%, correct?
Well, that would have been the case, I think. As Troy picks up aces.
Pretty good hand. Everybody out there learning poker, aces is a pretty good hand.
Yeah, so typically in these 2-flight, 3-day events, we do go down to either 12.5%
12.5
at the end of day 1,
Mhm.
and that's the amount of players who make it into the money, or we go through the 15 levels to the end of the 15 levels. So Flight A went through the end of 15 levels, so Flight B will do the same.
Okay.
And like I said, if somebody does double bag, they will be scoring them in cash.
Percentage-wise, how
Which will be
far
good for
off the
them.
money are we?
How far off the money? We're going to be pretty close, huh?
We're paid 36.
Oh, so
right
yeah,
now
we're...
there's 29 plus 40 coming
Okay,
back.
so we're actually quite a bit of a ways off the money.
Oh, wow.
Going to pay 36 spots. And it sounds like we're going to have about 60 coming back. Ish. But you still get that double bag incentive.
Sure, sure.
And the president and CEO, Jerry Sorrells, just informed me that's going to be right around $840, something like that. So on a $470 entry, double
That's
min cash.
the double bag cash / min cash.
Yep.
Perfect.
Definitely going to have an exciting day of poker tomorrow.
Baxter waking up with Ace King offsuit.
It's going to take the guesswork out and just stuff it all in.
There we go. Not a bad day 2 bubble move.
We also do have a second chance tournament tomorrow at noon. Going to be a $200 entry. So if you couldn't play this weekend, Friday, Saturday, we do have a one-day event going on tomorrow at noon with late entry. Going to go till about 3:30, 4 o'clock. $200 entry. Usually get a pretty good turnout for that one as well. I know it's been, in the past, been around 4,000 or 5,000 for first, depending on how many entries we get. So,
I want to say it was like 5,600 the last time we were here last month. Kara got 6th in that one.
Oh yeah, she did well.
Yeah.
Plenty of poker yet to be played here at the Billings Hotel and Convention Center. Alright, so we probably only have a couple or a few hands remaining here. I don't think anyone's going to go crazy, but it'd be fun if they did. Elias here, I've seen him play just a little bit in Billings. A few of our tournaments. I don't know if he lives in Billings, but he's definitely a Montana guy around local. He is definitely a wild card. That's what I'd classify him as. So
there we go.
Kara found her
there we go.
In the big blind after a limped pot. She's going to put everyone to the test. Great move at the end of the night here.
If you got it, you got it. She said she's seen plenty of day twos. What you got?
So that's a nice pot to pull in without a showdown and chip up a little bit. Every big blind is important at this point.
She probably picked up 25% of her stack right there.
And got through the blinds. How about that? Sure to bag those up.
What's on the poster? You always see it. You always see it. No, is it? Yeah, that doesn't hang. It's got to be a slot. He's hanging for a brand. Oh, he is. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Okay. It didn't sound right.
Let's go.
Now that I say that, every time it's not hanging, it's got to be a slot.
Yeah.
Somehow it still sounded right then.
So Elias is going to pick up a pretty good hand here under the gun, ace jack.
He's going to flat again in early
And a
position.
limp,
Yeah.
weird. And another limp from pocket threes.
It's not be the time for Kara to wake up with ace 8 again.
Right, but they're gonna keep it easy for her to just see a flop with queen 6.
Okay.
Casey's gonna
Have
check.
you seen her with ace 8 a lot?
She just went all in with it.
She's had ace 8 1,000 times. That's crazy.
So the flop comes down, queen 5 deuce. She's out kicked at the moment. She's gonna pick up top pair. And now she has enough chips where she's just not gonna shove with it. Now she's just gonna make a small bet. Makes sense. Every other bet she's made so far has been a shove because her short stack.
So she's in the earliest position, so this looks rather strong. Let's see what Casey does with it. Queen 9 has him crushed, so...
Everyone calls. And there's the ace for Elias.
Ooh, it's going to slow her down.
And Casey's going to posture with his queen 8. Hoping no one hit the ace. He just flatted. And pocket threes picked up a straight draw, so a 3 or a 4. And he's getting the right price. It's so cheap. And she's leery now. I mean, she knows she had kicker problems at the get-go.
Typically not good when you lead into 3 other players and you get called with a 6 kicker.
Right.
Oh, there we go.
That's-
Smart
yeah.
smart move, baby.
All right, so a 10 completes the board. I don't think there's going to be any more money going in here other than Elias. And he checks. Okay, well, either way, no more money's going in, and he's going to win the pot. Well, I'm an idiot because Darren's he's going to bluff.
He breaks his draw, and that's the only way he can win. He knows this. So he's going to put some more money into this pot. Try to get...
If this works, it's insane.
Ace-10 got there. King-Jack got there. There it is.
All right, so he does make the call on the end.
This is why you. That's why he checked it on the turn.
Wow.
Try to get a bluff out of somebody.
That line that he took was 100 times I'd never take that line.
No, no, it worked out
And it
real
worked.
well though. It's a fat pot.
It really was, yeah. He got bets on the flop, bets on the turn, and he called a bet on the river. So he was never the aggressor the entire time with his ace jack. Wild stuff. All right, we're getting down to it here. But Baxter's going to pick up the ace-jack this time. Middle position. He's going to bump it up. So we got Casey Carter here with King-9, and he likes to see flops. So he's going to go heads up here with Baxter.
I like King-9. King-9's actually a proper call there for sure. Let's see how he plays this.
Ace-high still out front. Baxter in position. Casey's got a lot of chips in front of him, though. And he's going to check back. Might influence his decision a little bit.
That's a really good turn for Casey. I would imagine he leads here.
It would be a good spot to bet.
It's good for Baxter's range. Yep, there it is.
It leaves Baxter guessing for sure here with just ace-high. Against someone in the blinds who could have flopped a 7. But he's gonna call and see what he does on the river. Baxter's a thoughtful player and he wants to take it to the end. And he's good, so Casey looks like he's gonna stab again.
Continue with the aggression. There it is.
116K in the pot. He makes it 30.
Ooh.
Probably should have went a little bigger, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's getting a really good price here with Ace Jack. He might find the call.
It's a tough spot for Baxter. A lot of players insta-fold this, but he's pretty smart. And he does make the call. Well done. Very well done. I think he has a little bit of experience against Casey, too. That plays into it here.
Yeah, he needed to go a little bit more polar with that sizing.
Yeah. At that point, sometimes a player will be, well, I'm probably beat. I'm going to call you because it's a good price to let me see your cards.
Yep.
And Baxter was right that time. Very well done. Always feels good to chip up at the end of the night a little bit.
Yeah, Baxter stacking chips.
getting down there. I think this is going to be the last hand. Baxter's opening with ace-5 of diamonds. Folds around, but Darren's got a premium in the big blind. And he's like, he needs to go all in. Yeah, he's reeling from that threes bluff.
Darren says all of it.
Baxter's going to fold. He can't risk that much. Just going to do the arithmetic here.
He's Hollywooding.
Nice move from Darren and the knight on a little bit of an uptick. And I think that is about it for us this evening. Thanks for tuning in, guys. And thanks for joining me in the booth, Penn.
Thank you, Tim.
It was a good time.
Yeah.
We'll be at it tomorrow again, and hopefully you just run up a huge stack in the second chance.
There we
Otherwise,
go.
you might
That's
get...
the plan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You might get back in here otherwise, but it was a fun time. Thanks for tuning in, viewers, and we will be back all day tomorrow. The main event starts up again at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, and shortly after that, we'll get the live stream going. It won't fire up right immediately at 11, but we'll be in here, and there will be action all day for you RPT fans out there. So thanks for